All right, good morning, everyone. The time is now 9:36. Apologize for the delay. We had to let the YouTube reset from the previous meeting. But it's 9:36, February 27th, 2026. I call to order this meeting of the Budget Finance Administration Committee Budget Workshop. We'll begin with a moment of silence. Mr. Miles, would you lead us in prayer?
Yes, sir. Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you, Lord, for this plentiful rain that you've sent us. And we pray, Lord, that we enter into this meeting with open minds and some good dialogue, that we may make decisions that will benefit the citizens of this county and the county as a whole. We pray that you watch over and care for us as we leave these meetings today. Provide us with safe travel. These things we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Jones, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A couple more housekeeping notes, we got to mention before we started. Mr. Root was on the phone with us for the previous meeting. We discussed, I don't think it's necessary for him to be on the phone with us through the whole budget discussions, but if we need him, he'll be available when we reach out to him. And Mr. Elliott, he's gonna have to slip out early due to obligation today. Approval of minutes for the September 16th, 2025 special meeting minutes.
Make a motion.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Next, we had discussion items, fiscal year of 26-27 budget discussions and workshop. I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Jones, who will kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. Everyone, it's an honor to be with you today. Kind of our general thought that I want to lay out as we go forward here. We're going back to basics from the budgetary standpoint, from a financial standpoint in our county. Number one, we have seen, and as we were discussing at our recent planning retreat, until we know what we have, we don't know where we're going. And so we got to identify those problems, standardize the solutions, the policies, procedures, and then moving forward, we're going to implement those. One thing I want to be clear about, and I would love to fix every problem for this budget, but as we've seen, I don't think we're going to be able to do that. We're going to lay a good foundation. We're going to fix as many of them as we can as we go forward, but there's going to be other parts to this that are going to have to come after the budget's passed. One of the pieces I'm very excited about, and just to tell you this, I'm not going to steal thunder from CKH, from the auditing firm, what they're going to provide to us today, but we saw a lack of communication internally going on. And so in order to break that barrier, we had a lot of departments operating in silos, I'll tell you that. So to break that barrier down, we formed a financial advisory board internally, and it's comprised of key members of each department. We've got members from those departments here today. We actually elected Mr. Kevin Robinson, our assessor, to be the chair of that board. And that board is going to bring a report to council periodically moving forward. And especially as we're going through the budget process, the board's going to be meeting on a weekly basis, so we can all be on the same page. Going back to the budget in general, one thing I want to lay out as we go forward, CKH is going to identify, they're going to show us some of those issues that they found. Moving forward, we're opening up those lines of communication, and like I said, changing our policies and procedures, some of which have not been altered since 2012, 2014. So we're going to be updating those, standardizing those, having a plan in place, a continuity plan. So if something happens to me, if something happens to anyone here in the system, then we keep moving. The services have to keep going. And so that's what we want to ensure. So I want to kind of just lay that mindset as we go forward. We're going back to basics as far as our budget goes and our financials go. And with that, I'm going to turn it over. That's all I've got for the moment. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jones?
I'm getting it before that.
I apologize. Good. So good morning, council members. Good morning, citizens of the county, and then our administrative staff. It's a very big privilege for us to be here today. We're from Atlanta, Georgia, and entering the state of South Carolina, and therefore appreciating the opportunity to be with you today. So what are we going to present today? So we're going to talk to you about the audit that we completed for the year ended June 30, 2025. The due date for this audit was December 31st. There was an extension that was applied for, which was granted. So we're still within the timelines for submitting this audit. And we'll talk a little bit about what gave rise to that. We'll deal with that a little bit. This presentation that I'm doing today is not conventional in the sense that this is what we normally present. We are going in a little bit deeper than what we normally do, and this was just a request that we received, and I think it's valuable information that we're going to share with you today. So it will take a little bit longer than what we typically do. So I will start, and I will go through the lion's share of the presentation, and I'll ask my colleague Stephanie to talk a little bit about some of the more deeper observations that we had when it comes to the budgeting and the millage preparation. So our agenda for today is I'll just give a short overview of the auditor's report, the financial statements, our audit approach, how we use technology, what we think the county should do in terms of its ERP systems, our findings on internal control, the general fund analysis, journal entries, significant matters, and then some changes in our standards year on year. Okay, so to start off with the audit report, when you look at your financial statements, there are 3 different audit reports in there. The very first audit report is addressed to the numbers, so the basic financial statements. So it's giving you an opinion over whether the numbers in the financial statements are materially correct, right? So we use the concept of materiality when we audit. So we're saying within that material number, the numbers are not misstated. In this particular case, we have an unmodified opinion, which means it's a clean opinion. There's no concerns raised over the numbers. Then the second audit report focuses on internal control and compliance. If you are familiar with commercial audits, this is something that is different in the government space. They require of you to give feedback specifically in terms of internal control and compliance. We didn't identify any material weaknesses, so that is something that could impact the basic financial statements. However, we did identify a couple of significant deficiencies. And I do want to point out that last year we didn't have any findings. This year we identified 4 findings. And that is not to say that there isn't more, there could be more, but these are the ones that we've identified. So the first one is to do with the controls around bank reconciliations. Now you need to understand that bank reconciliation is the bedrock and the foundation of every accounting system. That is one of the most vital components of bookkeeping. It's like you have a balanced budget, but you also have a reconciled bank account. And it's not that the bank wasn't reconciled, it's more to do with how it is reconciled. So it is a very manual process, but also we've identified some transactions that should have been picked up in the bank reconciliation that should have been cleared. So the review process of the bank reconciliation is not working properly. The second one is to do with the elephant in the room, which is the budgets. And in this particular case, there was a budget amendment that was posted within the ERP system, but it came to our attention that that budget was never approved. So it should never have been entered into the accounting records. Then there's a comment about journal entries. So we have identified that journal entries are not reviewed. So in especially a larger organization like this county, we would expect there to be a second review of all journal entries. Journal entries is an area of significant risk and prone to management override. So if someone would want to change numbers, in their favor, this is how they would do it most of the time. And then we also identified that journal entries often are not supported by backup or documentation. So when you are doing the audit and you're asking someone a question, say, why did you book this journal entry? The response you will get is that, let me go find out, because the document is not there, and it costs us a lot of time to find these explanations in some instances. And then lastly, to do with the sex offender registry, the way that the documents is kept is not in such a way that makes it possible for us to verify the completeness of the information, so there's some changes that is required within that system. Okay, then we go to the financial statement. So this is just an explanation of how to read the financial statements. So we have at the very beginning, the first section deals with the government-wide financial statements. And if you take the time to read the MD&A section, you will see a very good explanation of what that means. But in very basic terms, the way to look at it is a consolidation of all of the activity within the county. It takes into account the general fund and all the governmental fund, and then it brings in the enterprise funds as well, so that the reader can identify what is the combined position or the consolidated position of the county. And it also brings all of the accounting frameworks into conformity into an accrual basis of accounting, so that you can have comparability on one single framework being applied. After that, you get to the fund financial statements, and here is where you're looking at financial statements more at a fund level, so you're able to identify the major funds. You can see the general fund, you can see how SPLOST money is being used, ARPA money is being used, so it gives you more detail into the specific fund areas. It also has a section for the proprietary funds, and this is where you've got enterprises going on, and you can see, okay, more specifically how each one of those funds are performing. To note also that in the fund financial statements, those are typically prepared on the modified accrual basis of accounting, which is more consistent with how you keep your budget. So think of it as a cash basis of accounting, where you can identify how much cash you need to complete your debt service, to be able to furnish your debt service, as well as your capital requirements. The last section of the financial statements deals with the notes. So the notes are the more detailed analysis of the balances that you find on the balance sheet as well as on the income statement. Okay, so when we do an audit, the standards require of us to identify specific risks. When we do our audits, we obviously cannot audit every single transaction. The approach that the auditor take is a risk-based approach, which says, let me focus on the areas which we identify to be most prone to risk. So the areas that we look at is management override, we look at revenue recognition, and then we look at the use of restricted resources. So management override is what we are most concerned about. So we're talking about what can management do, given their influence, to change the numbers, right? So what do we do then? Is we look at applying our professional skepticism. We make sure that we put on a different hat and we think on, okay, what can go wrong? We look at journal entry testing, which is something that we touched on earlier. Areas that are also prone to judgment is the use of estimates. So when people don't have a scientific way of calculating something, they need to use their experience to identify how to calculate a number. And then we also look at transactions that are out of the norm. So we would look at a transaction that we would typically not expect to see within that specific account. So in this particular area, we did come to a couple of conclusions. I mentioned that we identified that the controls around journal entries was not sufficient, and then also the controls around the approval of the budgets, the importing of the budgets into the system, and then also the way in which the millage process was determined and the way that there was a disconnect between the approved budget and the amounts considered when the millage rate was determined. So when we look at the second section, this is to do with revenue recognition. And again, if you pull this back to comparing it to a commercial environment, under a commercial environment, typically businesses would want to improve their performance to the shareholder and say, look, we met our budgeted targets in terms of a profit perspective. In this case, we have an incentive to make sure that we are meeting our budget, so trying to align the revenue with the budget, so that's your risk. But also, for us, completeness of the revenue is a significant item because we want to make sure that the city or the county is collecting all the revenues that they are due, but also that if they are collecting revenues, that those are being reported. And in that case, we didn't find any concerns. And then lastly, it's the improper use of restricted resources, and this goes hand in hand with compliance. So we want to make sure that if there are certain restrictions on funds, that those monies are being utilized for the purpose it is intended. And also if there's assets of the county, that those assets are not misused, and also safeguarded as it must. Okay, so with modern times, and I think everyone is familiar with the implications of artificial intelligence, and we're all using ChatGPT right now, and these things are amazing, and we need to make sure that as an audit industry, we are also using the latest technology to make sure that, number one, we find more mistakes, we are able to look at more transactions that what we did in the past, and also to give the county the best possible solution for their needs. And yes, the purpose of this is also to make us more effective and efficient, but also to do more with the tools that we have at our hands. So the examples that I have for you is we can test the completeness of transactions. Way back, you will remember people wrote down transactions, and then we started using Excel. And now when we're looking at numbers and we are trying to identify irregularities or inconsistencies, we have software that does that for us and finds where they identify we should do more testing. Then we look at validation of compliance with policies. We can match the policy requirements to what we're seeing in the books and identify where there's inconsistencies. We can also identify anomalies, and then we have a better audit trail. So that means that when we prepare a report based on samples and we draw conclusions on the information that we have identified, we are able to say this was the origin. We came to the conclusion through using this information, and this is how we find the information so that people can reperform. It's important that when the next auditor comes, they can use the assumptions and come to the same conclusion. Software enhancement. So one of the findings that we have is that currently the county is using a ERP software called CSI. CSI is a dated product. It has a lot of good functionality to it. The county is not using all of that ability, but there is better software out there. Like there is new times with new options available, which we see in various other counties and cities that they have implemented, and there is much benefit to using the newer technology. So there is certain limitations with what you have at the moment. There's also software available to cover other parts of your finance department. So for example, how you manage your debt components, how you manage your assets, and keeping track of the completeness of the assets and the debt and amortization and depreciation of that. So this is just a comparison for you. So we took different systems. So we said, okay, what is CSI doing for you? What is the strengths and the weaknesses? There's two other comparative softwares in here called InterGov as well as BS&A. And you'll see there under the strengths, it is just using more effective technology to make the lives of the finance department easier. And also when the auditor comes, it's easier for them to perform their work because a lot of the work is already performed and the auditor is not coming in to do a part of the accounting function. Internal controls and compliance. Okay, so I mentioned earlier a little bit about our responsibility to verify and, let's say, review internal controls. And the way that we do this is through review and inspection, right? So when we come here, we had a staff that spent 2 weeks on site, and she looked at different departments, and she looked and watched what people are doing. And she would make notes and say, okay, this is step 1, step 2, step 3. And because we do a lot of audits, we have an expectation of what it should look like. So we're able to say, well, here is where I can recommend an improvement. Here is where there's a potential breakdown. Here is your policy. You should be following the procedures and steps as per the policy. Why are you not following that? And this is, another shortcoming which we identify is that written procedure is not in place, right? And I think this gentleman here alluded to that earlier as well, is that when someone leaves, there's no handbook, like dummy guide that says, okay, in day 1, this is what you should be doing. So what have we found, or what have we looked at? Let's rather say, here we are talking about what did we look at. So the first thing we look at is access controls. So we make sure that people that log into their computers are protected. So they use a password. When someone logs into the bank account, they have authority to go into the bank account and that it is secure. On the revenue side, where we are able to reconcile between a third-party document and the ledger, that we did, for example, with the rock quarry, we were able to review the reconciliation process between revenue sources and what is in the ledger. On the procurement side, so this is where you are making purchases, we tested that the policies were followed in terms of purchases. So when it comes to purchases, the county does have a formal policy in place that says that if you want to make purchases above a certain threshold, these are the steps that you need to make. So we make sure that there are purchase orders in place when there is significant purchases, and you can tie the invoice to the purchase order. And also when you have significant projects, capital projects going on, you have to put that project out to a bid. So one of these that we identified as a very significant purchase or contract that was done is, for example, when we deal with a contractor like Hubbard. Okay, then we have budgetary and governance oversight. So we make sure that minutes are available for each one of the sessions. And I know you guys also do recordings with YouTube, as was mentioned earlier today. But it was through this process also that we identify that budget amendments are not approved. So we can see whether the minutes demonstrate that control is being put in place. I think I'm missing a slide. Am I missing a slide? I think there was a second slide. Wasn't there a second slide? I think so. I think there's a slide missing. I have it. Okay. So there was three more areas that we looked at. So the first one is payroll and human resources. So we went and we took the payroll register. So payroll is obviously also an area that is one of the most significant expenses of the county. So we need to make sure that we have good controls over that. So we make sure that the payroll register agrees to the general ledger. We also look at segregation of duties. So segregation of duties within this department is vitally. So when you add a new staff, when you take a staff off the payroll, it's very important that you make sure that this person is actually taken off payroll. And when they are added, that the addition is approved, that this person actually is going to do his job. So we focus a lot on making sure that all the necessary paperwork is in place and that no unauthorized payments to non-employees are being made. And then also when we do pay salaries, that the necessary taxes and deductions are made from their W-2s. The other thing that we look at is grants and restricted funds. So we did look at the process that is followed in order to make sure that the compliances are maintained. And then we also looked at custodial funds, which is an area where we did spend a lot of time in, which typically we wouldn't spend that much time on, but we did think that it was important for us to review the custodial funds and the way that those are being managed. Okay. So those are on the financial side. Then we also have a requirement to focus on federal grants specifically. And you'll see in the financials there is a third audit report, and this third audit report specifically addresses our observations as it relates to the spending of federal awards. And there is a certain calculation that we follow to determine whether a single audit is needed. So, for example, on a very basic basis, if you have spending that exceeds $750,000, and now more recently they've increased that to $1 million, then automatically a single audit is triggered. In this particular case, we audited the funds received from the FEMA grant and the spending of that. And what that requires of us to do is we need to make sure that when the money is spent, that it follows the program objectives, that it follows the compliance, and that we make sure that the accessible allowable costs are being applied correctly. So in this particular case, the outcome of our audit was that there was no concerns over the spending of the federal money. Okay, so one of the other items that we identified, and I think everyone is familiar with this, is that there was a significant change in some of the key people within the county. So the first one was the finance director, which has a significant role. This finance director was with the county, I think, in excess of 20 years. And at the same time, or very soon after, we also saw the county administrator leave. And when something like this happens, it has a significant influence on the rest of the organization, because all of a sudden you have this void in leadership and everything else shuts down to some extent. And you are placing responsibility on less senior people to do the work that was previously done by senior people. So now there's a lot of pressure, and a lot of this has to do with why there was a delay in the audit. So we do need to have that management oversight and that more executive level of ownership and responsibility when it comes to managing the county as well as the finance department. So what is our recommendation is we need to make sure that the people below the senior level and the executives are being trained and consistently developed so that when the day comes, they are ready to take over some of those responsibilities. And then also to make sure that there is a backup process in place to make sure that when someone leaves, that we can trace back the work that they did. An example is when we look at journal entries to make sure that those can be supported. When big decisions are made, that there is backup to support those decisions. And then it comes back also to the communication between the departments and the documentation of the policies of how those interact with each other. So here is a couple of the breakdowns that we've identified, and we will go in the next slide in more detail on how we think those can be mitigated going forward. So one of the journal entries where we were missing a backup was for a journal entry of $2.7 million. So this is a pretty big number, and when we find something like this, clearly we have to go look into what that was. So this particular journal entry related to the health insurance program that is now self-funded. So this was a top-up entry to cover all the expenditures that was incurred during the year that wasn't covered with your month-to-month deductions. The second one is the accounting for the custodial funds. So when we started looking and reporting on the custodial funds, we found that the accounting was not complete, right? So there wasn't a responsibility that someone took that said, we make sure that at the end of the month or the end of the year, we close out the books and we post the necessary accounting entries. So again, it's not that we found something wrong, it's just that the close process wasn't completed, and it's something that we needed to make finance aware of. And again, this is an example, I believe, where there wasn't a proper transition of the task. The next one was to do with fixed assets. So I mentioned fixed assets before, where you can use a third-party software to manage and control the use of the assets. But while we were doing the audit, that is something that wasn't ready, right? So during the course of the audit, management was still working on this to get the information ready that we need for the audit. The next one is to do with purchases of can't remember, but it is $1.3 million of purchases that was not accounted for correctly. So there was a second check that was invoiced for that, and we had to reverse part of that transaction. There was also stale checks of $1 million that was in the bank reconciliation, and it wasn't removed timelessly from the bank reconciliation. So that caused a timing difference between the transaction that was recorded and when it was actually paid. So it was accounted for in the wrong year. Then also there was money in the focus fund that was supposed to be collected, but no one did the effort or made the efforts to make sure or identify that the money wasn't received, right? So it wasn't picked up. No one picked up that the money wasn't collected. And then the matter of communication between departments, and I know it was mentioned earlier also that there's a siloed approach where when you ask a question, when we did this internal control reviews, and you ask a question, you say, how does this work? And they would say, but no, go talk to that team. We think they do it. And then you go to that team and they say, no, we don't do it. We think it's that department that does it. And if there's proper communication in place, I think people will identify who is responsible for what and who is not taking responsibility for certain things that they should. So that communication will help a lot to complete and close these gaps. Then the example there was just the way that the millage was calculated. And again, we'll look at that a little bit further. We believe that management did not perform their job, and there's some level of negligence and oversight when it comes to how those budgets were communicated and how they were approved, and the review process when the millage was calculated. Then we look at the CFA. So the CFA schedule is a report that we have to audit, which is listing all of the different grants that the county received and the spending associated with that. So we need to make sure that when that schedule is presented to us, that it is complete and accurate. And when it was presented to us, it was significantly different from the number that we ended up with. We spoke about bank reconciliations. We believe that at the moment, there's not sufficient communication of financial information to this council, and therefore it limits your ability to understand what is going on in the finance department. It impacts you in terms of your decision-making. I know that right now there's a question as to whether transactions can be entered into because we don't really know how much money we have, right? So if we don't have good financial information, what decisions can we make? Then the last one here is the budget amendments and the posting of that into the accounting system. So now we'll talk a little bit about improvements and recommendations. So the first one is to add job descriptions with detailed expectations of what they should do within their role. Standard meetings, which we already spoke of earlier, monthly checklist for account review. So when you close at the end of the month, to make sure what the steps and procedures are before you close the books, regular comparison between the budgets and the actuals. And again, in order to do that, you need to have good final numbers and month-end numbers. Otherwise, those discussions will not be that meaningful. Line-by-line balance sheet accounts review. So if something is posted incorrectly, it will be identified before the audit and can be rectified before the audit. Having finance more involved with executive sessions, with budget meetings, for them to understand what the expectations are and also to give input as to what is going on in the numbers. How to improve the CFA schedule to make sure, again, that the communication between the compliance department and the finance department is better. The software topic we spoke of, quarterly reporting, and then implementing controls around approvals of budgets. Okay, so this here is just an assessment of fund balance, and again, we'll talk a little bit about fund balance later, but this is showing what is the available reserves that the county has. And what this is demonstrating is when you compare 2023, 24, and 25, you can see there that the fund balance is deteriorating, right? So we started with 25 million, then we went to 18 million, and now we're down to 6 million in terms of total fund balance. Now, the part that we look at is what is unassigned. So it means that what is not committed to is actually the white line there, and you can see that that went from 10 million to 3 million to minus 6 million, right? So we're in the negative. We don't really have reserves that we can spend, and we're tapping into money that is actually already committed to, right? So we're taking from Peter to pay Paul. And what we expect to see within government entities is that your fund balance should cover about 25% of your expenditure. And you'll see what's happening here is we're going into the wrong direction, right? So we're able to cover less and less of the expenditure that we have within the county's general fund. So we look at revenue next. So on the revenue side, there was an increase in revenue. Those increases relate to an increase in property tax income, licenses and permits, as well as intergovernmental revenues. On the expenditure side, there was a more significant increase. You'll see we go there from $61 million to $69 million. One of the biggest increases there was in public safety of 2.4 million, and then general fund expenses of 4.3. Again, we'll go more detailed into the nuances of what makes up those numbers. Okay, so one of the other compliance requirements that we have is that you should have a balanced budget. And at the time that the budgets were set, we didn't have good numbers. So the numbers we could argue was wrong when the budget was approved. As a county, we are limited in our spending according to the budget. So if the budget says we can spend $1 million and we go over that, then we're out of compliance, right? We're in a position where we are spending more than what was approved, right? So there was an expectation that if we all agree that we should spend money, then council should sign off on that. Council should say, let me revise and amend the budget and approve it so that we have a new target that we are working towards. So the first one is on the revenue side, which is not where the main concern is. The concern is more on the expenses side. But if you want to have a balanced budget, you need to collect the revenues that you need in order to cover your expenses. And you can see here that we have a shortfall there in the revenues, right? We expected to collect 60 million. We only collected about 58 million. So at the get-go, we didn't have enough money to cover our expenditure. Then if we go line to line, we see that the general government had the biggest overrun. It was about 4.5 million. Of that, the most significant was health insurance of 3 million, which wasn't in the budget. And then there was the topic of non-departmental costs. So you'll see there's a line there in the budget called non-departmental expenses. It's a little bit small, but it's that fourth line on general government. And this is expenses that relates to benefits of staff and should be allocated to the various different departments and not be shown as non-departmental. And then we mention spending of public safety money of about 1.9 million, which was also in excess of budget. Okay, so now we get to the more interesting stuff, and I'm going to ask my colleague Stephanie to take us through these slides, and I'll stand by if there's any questions, but she'll go into the details for us.
Good morning, everyone. Is this one working? Okay, there it goes. Okay, so now we're going to dive a bit more into detail into the figures that Ian discussed. So as we can see, there are a couple of issues that we've picked up. So the one major one is the wage and compensation implementations. So in the budget for 2025, it was included as a revenue item. So that is the one at the bottom of $2 million, but then it was also included as an expense. So it's almost as if those two amounts netted off. But if we look at the revenue item, there wasn't anything to really support those revenue incomes. So it wasn't something that we could see coming in. And so as a result, that is shown as an appropriate fund balance on the general fund budget. So this is something that it's just when those oversight procedures are implemented, this is something that could be picked up earlier before the budget is being presented. And then in addition, we've also touched on changes on the budget amounts that were implemented into the software but was never approved by council. If we look at the property taxes, so we wanted to dive a bit more into detail into the figures. And so what I did is add a schedule of what the millage rate looked like over the past couple of years. So if we look at the bottom for total county, that is the total millage rate that the county collected and used for all of the funds. So it has been staying pretty consistent around 70 mils from 2022 up until 2025. But if we look at that very first line, which is the county operations, that is a millage rate that is applied specifically to fund the general fund operations. And here we can see from 2022 a decrease from 63.9 mils to 46.7 in 2025. So this is a major reduction. The reason for this reduction in mils was to move out those general fund millage to 3 separate funds which were created. That includes the Community Health and Human Services, so that was about 5.4 million collected, the Fire and Emergency Services Capital Projects of 1.5 million, the Capital Request of 1.5 million, and then from 24 to 25, there was also a slight decrease in the millage, which led to a reduction of about $1 million. So here we can see there's a lot of property taxes which were in the past collected by the general fund, but has now been diverted to these 3 other funds. Another example of the communication breakdown that occurred is when we looked at the reports of what was used to calculate the millage rate, that showed a requirement of about $33.6 million needed to balance the budget for the general fund. However, looking at the approved budget, that showed property tax estimated collections about $39.5 million. So here we can see that discrepancy resulted in a shortfall of about $5.9 million. So So in addition, our understanding is that these revenues were moved from the general fund to the other funds, and it was also the intention to move the related expenses. So if we see the reduction in the revenue, we should also see the reduction in the expenses in the general fund. However, if we go into detail in the budget prepared, so the first one we're looking at is the Community Health and Human Services. So this was correct where they went and said, okay, these are all of the expenses that was previously reported in the general fund, which will now be reported in its own separate fund. We believe there was some breakdown in terms of when the millage was determined. So when the budget was prepared, it was correct to say, okay, we're expecting the total expenses to be around $4 million. In order to meet that $4 million of expense, we need 7.1 mils. And then from the total general fund millage, that 7.1 was deducted. What I do want to point out, so you'll see those two arrows at the bottom, is from the budget that the expenses that were budgeted in the general fund in the past, so from 21 to 2023, the estimated expenses was around 2.5 million. But then from 24 and 25, this almost doubled to 4 million. And we believe that increase in the budgeted expenses were not considered in the millage. So we would expect to see that half of that would come from the general fund expenses. So about 3.5 mils should be deducted from the general fund millage as these expenses are now moved out. But the other 3.5 mils should actually have shown as an increase in the county's millage rate to account for those increases in expenses. If we look at the next one, this is the Capital Request Fund, which is a capital project fund mainly being used for purchases of capital assets such as equipment. The concern we have here is if we look at the account number, there's no account numbers identified. So it appears as though we're saying that there are expenses being moved from the general fund to this Capital Request Fund. However, those expenses were never identified and moved out, as we could see with the Community Health and Human Services. So once again, there was a reduction in the general fund millage. However, it should actually have been an increase in the millage to account for these expenses. Or the expenses should have been properly identified and also moved out to this new fund. And so here we can also see that's an increase of 2.5 million in 2024 and an increase of 1.3 million in 2025. And then for the third fund, it's something similar. So here the expense accounts were identified that's related now need to be reported in the Fire and Emergency Capital Project Fund. However, in prior years, there wasn't any expenses. So it's almost like there's new expenses being added, but the millage rate was never adjusted to adjust for those increased budget expenses. So there's also added about 1.3 million of expenses to the budget. If we look at the expense side from the budget, so two major items that stood out was the health insurance that was not budgeted for. So we can see in 2021 to 2023, there was approximately $2 million a year budgeted for the health insurance. However, for 2024 and 2025, there was no budgeted amount. And we can see in the general fund in 2025, the expenses was about $3 million. And then, as I touched on previously, also this wage and compensation implementation, which was reflected as a revenue item. However, there was no support to justify the revenue income. Our recommendations just on the expense side is to implement this multi-layer review process. So having multiple people involved in preparing the budget, reviewing the budget, looking at it for reasonability, picking up any potential errors that may occur, because the more people you add to give their inputs, the easier it will be to pick up some mistakes. The other recommendation also includes a zero-based budget. So having a look at not saying this is what we did last year, so we're doing the same next year, but having each department come and say, these are the expenses that I want for my department, including everything from salaries, utilities, maintenance, capital purchases, and then assessing that towards what the revenue is, estimated revenue collections will be. Okay, so this is now a lot of information, and I want to put this all into one picture. So what we have here is specifically focused on the general fund, as that is where the biggest problem lies. And we have the actual revenues, expenses, and other financing sources from 2021 up until 2025. So as we can see, there was some deficits, some surpluses in the prior years, but then in 24 and 25, that escalated. So based on the previous slides that I showed, here I'm putting the whole picture together. So the increase that we're seeing in the community health and human services, where the expenses doubled, that is the resulting increase. So that is from what was budgeted or actually spent in 2023 versus what was included in the budget in 2024 and 2025. We have the increase in the capital request and the increase in the fire and emergency services expenses. Then also bringing in the expenses that were not budgeted, so the appropriation of fund balance, which is that 2 million wage and compensation implementation income that was shown, as well as the health insurance not budgeted. If we add up all of those items back, you'll see that the revised surplus or budget is in line with what was seen in prior years. If we then move forward and say, what do we expect the fund balance to be going forward? We've taken all of these items we've identified. We've used the preliminary budget that is available for 2026. We've made those adjustments to say we're assuming that these items are going to overflow into 2026, and this is the projected fund balance for financial year 2026. What I do want to note, so property taxes has been adjusted to shown more in line with what we've seen the actual figures be. There is other finance sources, so I put that in the bottom as well of the 7.2 million. Based on the budget, this is essentially the conveyance of funds from other funds to the general fund. So it's essentially covering the shortfall that will occur. And then also just noting that the health insurance is becoming a very expensive cost, and just reviewing, going back to the vendor and seeing what alternatives there could be, or just having a look at how those costs are allocated and budgeted for in the process. Okay, then a couple of other things is due to the change in staffing personnel, we just wanted to show some of the items that were still in progress after we've started the audit. So everything in yellow is journal entries that the finance team knew they had to work on, that they had to post, but because of time constraints, those were only posted during the audit. And the blue items are journal entries that the audit team identified and proposed to finance team that had to be corrected. So this also ties into an earlier recommendation, is to have a monthly review checklist. Generally, every month, every year, it's going to be the same type of adjustments. So having those all on a checklist is a completeness and a reasonability check to make sure everything has been done that needed to be done. A couple of qualitative matters I wanted to touch on. We have discussed a lot of them earlier. So we always have a look at accounting estimates because there is some bias involved. So the main ones applicable to the county is pension and OPEB liabilities, the landfill post-closure care costs, allowance for doubtful accounts, compensated absences, and the useful life for capital assets. We've reviewed the estimates and they're all reasonable and applicable to the county. Then for budget to actual reporting is once again doing those budget to actual reviews are important just to identify when there is a potential where actual expenses will exceed the budgeted amount, as there were a couple of instances noted in 2025. There's also a couple of litigation cases outstanding. Most of them won't have a material impact on the county other than the 2023 general obligation bonds that has now halted the sewer infrastructure projects. There was also a case of stale checks. So this is what Ian touched on earlier, where stale checks were voided and reissued to the vendors with the correct amount. However, the stale check were still listed on the bank reconciliation. So that was appropriately removed, but now the expense and when it was voided versus when it was removed from the bank reconciliation occurred in 2 different financial years. Touching again just on executive development is making sure that investment is being made into staff so that there is that continuity of taking over tasks, making sure there's no breakdown in the monthly reporting that needs to be completed. Once again, just the journal entry posting process is making sure there is a proper review. There is supporting documents attached to all of the journal entries so that those can be supported. emphasizing policies and procedures that will resolve a lot of these significant matters raised. And then also touching on the prior period adjustments. So you'll see there were 2 adjustments made in the financial statements. The one affects the general fund. Those were purchases that were made that were posted to an asset account instead of being expensed. So that did reduce the fund balance when corrected. And then in the rock quarry fund, there was inventories purchased that were expensed instead of being capitalized to an asset. So that has increased the fund balance in the rock quarry fund. Then as GASB is constantly improving and changing their accounting standards as well, we wanted to bring your attention to a new standard implemented in the 2025 financial year. This is specifically related to compensated absences, meaning how is sick and vacation accruals calculated. It increases the scope of the hours that needs to be considered in the calculation, but for the county it did not have a material impact as the policy was already very aligned to the new GASB standard. And then a new standard that will be applicable for 2026 is GASB 103, and this is very much focused on the presentation of the financial statements. So it focuses on how is the management discussion and analysis disclosed, what does the presentation look like. It gives additional definitions to unusual and infrequent items and how those should be treated, as well as how the budget comparison should look like. So they have additional columns that needs to be implemented to make sure that there's more information provided in that budget schedule. And that brings us to the conclusion.
What questions anybody have?
I'd like to thank y'all. This is a very good presentation. I think you did a very thorough audit. My one question is more of just a discussion. Do y'all have any experience with government agencies that have internal audit function? And if so, what would you recommend we do?
I think it's a very good idea to have, and some of the larger organizations do have that. It is expensive if you have to employ people internally, but you can also use an external party to fulfill some of those functions. So it could definitely help with what you're looking for. Yes.
I got one question. This is just a general question. You know, all the restaurants are graded by the Department of Health. I came from a nuclear station. We get rated by INPO, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and such agencies like that. So if you had to grade the operation of Oconee County, what would it be as compared to other audited entities that you've done?
So I would mark that a county is more than just its finance department. So I think it's unfair to grade the entire county just on what we saw from a finance perspective. I think that everything that we have found has a significant impact, but it represents a very small part of what everyone does. So I would say that if we put that aside, the county will probably get like an 8 out of 10. But because the findings we have had in finance has such a detrimental impact on what you do, I would say then it goes down to a 5, right? You can see in the number that there's clearly a big problem there. And it is something that didn't start today or last year. It is something that happened at that point in time when the deficit started happening. And obviously something went wrong there.
Thank you.
So, big flag to me, and I saw this in the audit report, how we had an initial budget approved by council, then the audit report shows a final budget, and then final expenditures. But we never had an amended budget.
Correct.
So do you know about what date that amended budget was entered into CSI?
I think we do.
And I think we'll need to trace the audit trail of the system.
But we do have a copy of the budget
Oh,
that
yes, we
was
have a
important.
copy.
Yeah, so we should be able to trace back and see when it was presented and imported, yeah.
And that was about 1.6 million of an amended budget that council did not approve. But then also, you talk about journal entries without backup material. $2.7 million was brought to help along the insurance
Yes.
overages. again, per ordinances and policies, that should have came before council. And if it had, it would have raised our attention through the roof of, we got a major issue with insurance. And that never came, that violated our own internal ordinances. And I would like to know if y'all can help us, the dates of when that journal entry was for the 2.7 million, and then how the amended budget that council did not approve went to the CSI system.
Okay, we can do that.
It is hard for us to make decisions when we don't have the information. If it came to council, 2.7 million transfer needs to go to insurance. Right then, we'd said, something's broken, and we had no clue, none. I want to thank you for the presentation and the deep dive and the thoroughness and pointing out things that we need to improve, because we can't improve them if we don't know.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate, I'm glad you guys came in this year. I wrote down tons of notes, and it's really just, it's so much as you're going through it, but it's stuff that we've talked about, and we've been talking about with Mr. Jones, and he's hitting the ground running about having, a succession plan. If somebody goes down, it should be next man up. We shouldn't be starting from scratch every time. You mentioned the non-departmental benefits. What is, you talking about health insurance was non-departmental?
Yes, the health insurance and the salary survey.
And do we have a number of, across various funds, that's not statutorily there? Do we have a number, how much cash the county has that could be allocated with a vote of council?
Yes, we can do that. So you have your non-major funds, there is some cash available there.
Yeah.
And we can definitely give you an idea of how much funds there is available to appropriate to the general fund.
Yeah, I would like to know what we have the authority
Yes,
to vote, to allocate to the general fund.
yes, we can do that.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? I do appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the finance staff too, that worked very hard, and Miss Sally just stretched herself, and you worked so hard to help get this together. And on behalf of council, thank you for that, Miss Sally.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you, council. Thank you, CKH, for all your hard work, Stephanie and Eon for everything y'all done, and continue to do for us. Like they were saying, I think zero-based budgeting is where we're going, and that's part of what has led us here today for this budget workshop, with bringing departments in. Something I want to touch on real quick, with the health insurance portion of everything, the numbers, when you add in that 2.7 million, if it's an actual number or an accounting error, that puts that 10.2 million actual of what we spent on health insurance even higher. You understand what I'm saying? So there's the potential that we are running, with just the health insurance alone, about a $6+ million deficit just in the health insurance. And that's why we had to take action like we did so quickly. We've already begun the process of moving providers, of course, of going to PEBA, and there's going to be significant savings there. It's going to build. At the first year, it's not going to be as much, but after that, we're going to see significant $3 million estimate is our estimate on those savings. Like Mr. Chairman was saying, I want to thank, our team back here, Sally, Letitia, Connie, Kevin, Gina, and Christy, everybody in our team that is working really hard on providing these numbers. I'll tell you this, Sally and Connie, and we've also brought in our consultants, Judy and Shannon, who are outside consultants helping us with these processes. Even with them, we are about 6 weeks away from knowing what is actually in our bank account, how it reconciles with what we have internally. 6 weeks. And so the reason that is because we're going back to July of 2025 was the last time that that was truly reconciled, that with the bank statements. So that process is gonna tell us a lot. As we go forward, you know, what I want you to take in today, as you hear from departments, we're gonna have some great information. Our auditor, our treasurer, our assessor. I think we're gonna mix delinquent tax in there probably, Corinne, if you're able here in a little bit. Might be after lunch, but what I want you to take in from them, they're gonna have some information for us. Number one, on projecting and what they're seeing. And then also, they're gonna bring us their departments, their request for their budgets this year. So we're gonna start that process today, and with that, I turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. So who are we leading off with?
Yeah, I believe our auditor, Christie, would you like to go first today? Okay. I've got copies.
You can, I've got it right here too, so we're.
We'll get you a
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jones, would you like for me to start with this?
Oh, yes,
Or my
ma'am.
budget?
Yes.
Do
You
you
can start
have-
with that. Do we have the projections or the current, what is that?
It's the dollars to.
Collections.
Dollars to millage.
Dollars to millage for our auditors. We've got that slide. We'll get that pulled up.
Okay.
You want to start with your budget?
I have copies.
Okay, so we got copies.
Yeah, there's. I emailed it yesterday after the meeting. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you and good morning. I don't know if you guys are aware that one thing that the auditor and treasurer does annually is called a local government report. We have to turn in to the state the total assessed value for Oconee County, which I normally track, and then the treasurer has to turn in the total property tax dollars collected. Everything on the local government report is used in the millage process. So monthly, the treasurer will send reports out to key offices, me, finance, the administrator's office, and it basically shows on an annual or monthly basis the money that has came in for each entity of the millage. If you look at the worksheet here in the white column, these are the entities of the millage, and I hope they'll get that up there soon. What I did is I took the treasurer's dollar amount collected monthly, and to the left, I have put all the millage factors on that. So the first column you'll see is dollars requested to set millage on. For operations, it was 38.5 million. And to date, we've collected 91.4% of that. As you go down, you'll see all the other entities of the county millage and how the property taxes are apportioned monthly. It also includes the two special fire districts, Corinth and Kiwi. Total property taxes collected to date, and this does include the school, which is not on your sheet. I didn't want to put that on there because we're not talking school budget today. is 140.9 million. And you can see your percentages where we are right now. And please keep in mind, the top line for county operations does not include any conveyances that you had built into the budget. So as of today, the only one that may be tight at the end of the year is going to be your operational line. It was explained to administration last year that the 1.5 mil switch from school bonds and the 1/10 of a mil from economic to the operational line would not cover the revenue request error in a whole. And that was explained at that time, that the conveyances were there to help. So if you wanted to do anything today to freeze the budgets or anything, I would suggest to take that into consideration regarding the operational line, especially after the 6 weeks when finance and administration finds out exactly how much money you have in those line items. But to date, this is what the treasurer says that we have brought in so far for this current fiscal year.
Is this on track with previous years about for this
If you,
end of February?
if you flip to the second page.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Kevin, or Jennifer, can you hit the second tab at the bottom, please? Okay.
Oh, that would be the first, Chris, the first thing. Okay, yeah, I don't
No,
know.
I don't have that.
It's the second tab at the bottom of the Excel sheet.
Oh, sorry.
Here we go, they're at the back.
As far as the collection percentages, Mr. Durham, yes, we are on track, but you also have to keep in mind that the revenue request error for the prior year was $5 million short. But as far as the collection from the taxpayers, yes, they are paying at the same percentage on a monthly basis from year to year. I normally don't track dollars, I track assessed value. But when all of this occurred last year, that's when I started taking the treasurer's dollars to budget and looking at it that way.
And I've heard from several different people, and it fluctuates year to year, and I don't understand why, but that Duke Power was coming in higher this year. How does that play out from a revenue standpoint?
There are 3 values of a mill in the county. We have a county value of a mill, we have a school bond value of a mill, and we have a school operation value of a mill. One thing to keep in mind, the school operational is the lowest value of a mill, because in the state of South Carolina, if you claim legal residence on your home, you do not have to pay the school operating portion of the millage. That is a school tax credit. So we take the total assessed value, take out about 260 million, and we come up with a school operational value, which just off the top of my head, last year it might have been $540,000 per mill. For school bond, the school bond is the only thing that actually gets 100% of the millage of the total assessed value. For a county value of a mill, there is state law, it's called a manufacturing exemption. So the first 5 years that items are put into service under a utility or under manufacturing, they do not pay the county portion of the millage. So Duke Power, for instance, they did come in, I think their assessed value was 5 or 6 million more than it was the prior year, but our manufacturing exemption went up the same. So for the county side, it was more of a level number. I think, going off memory, the Duke assessment brought in maybe $1 million more for the county side, Whereas the school side, they brought in around $3 or $3.5 million because that is not subject to the legal residential school tax credit.
Okay. So the manufacturing side, it gets assessed every year?
Yes.
Okay.
They have to file returns to the state. The state turns around and certifies assessed values to us. Business, personal property, manufacturing, utilities, all of those assessed values come to Oconee County from the state.
So would that $1 million, just from that one, would that be $1 million?
Okay, you
From-
take $1 million,
Yeah.
and then you have to break it down to all entities of our millage.
Right.
So 46.7% of it went to the operational line where the other, or it might be more when you break it out. But it's that $1 million is broken down to all entities of the county side of the millage, which is community health, PRT,
Right.
bonds, tech, all of that.
That's just an example too of where in October, we think a value of mills this and usually ends up a little bit higher from,
Well, when I look at a value of a mill, I always work in about 3% for appeals, 3% for changes, and you look at it from an educational estimate for years past for what the actual appeals and changes are. Your value of a mill is a rolling number every single day. If you buy a new truck and you trade in an older truck, you make our assessed value go up a little bit. If you sell your new car and you go get an older car, it makes our assessed value go down.
because the fund accounts, capital accounts, that's just a set millage.
It is.
Like, if you look, like that's one answer I wanna get from them, we've collected significantly more than we wanted to on those. That's why I like that when we build this budget of how much extra that is and what we can use, back in the general fund.
Behind the scenes, for many years, I have suggested that you put a dollar amount on that. In the budget provisos, you've always set a millage. So that is why the millage has been set, like for community health and services, was 7.1. That's because it was how it was spelled out in the budget.
So we did a dollar amount, whatever it collects over that, whatever the millage value would have grown, would just landed in the general fund. Okay.
Do you have any questions about that spreadsheet? This is also something that I have said that I would gladly do and report to finance and to the administrator and to the new finance committee monthly. I would suggest and we talked about this yesterday, when everything settles down in the finance office, I would love for them to balance back to this, if possible. Well, I know it's not going to be to the penny, but it should be somewhat close. I think that would help.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess I would just move on to my budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. My budget is fairly simple. If you look at my actual to-date numbers versus what I'm asking for this year, they're gonna be a little bit skewed because I am president of SCAT, which is South Carolina Auditors, Treasurers, and Tax Collectors organization this year, and they have paid for a lot of my travel and a lot of my hotel expenses when I go to schools and back and forth to Columbia or whatnot. The significant change in mine this year is for data processing. I have supplied to the administrator a copy of our data processing contract. Of course, it's gonna have a little bit of an increase in it annually. Another thing that we switched over to the data processing line this year is our print services. If you remember correctly, we had problems with the printing company last year. So I removed out of the operational line about $17,500, moved some of it, or moved that up to the data processing line. And another thing that I would like to suggest that is built into that $143,000 is a buffer. There are some legislative changes out there this year that include watercraft and the homestead exemption. They are looking very favorable to pass in Columbia. If those pass this year, there will be software change expenses incurred in that. And if for any reason they do not happen, we can remove that $15,000 that we have built in there.
In any of the software that y'all have looked at, is there any software package where it will communicate between the auditor's office, the treasurer's office, and finance office?
We talked about that yesterday. In the state of South Carolina, there are a couple vendors, and I personally think that the tax software is on the correct vendor. They are in the process of switching over to a new cloud-based, SQL-based, and that will be probably 2 years from now. When that happens, Mr. Robinson said that that software could speak to the software that they're currently using now. But until then, I would be very hesitant to change tax software because what we have works. And it may not be the prettiest, most up-to-date data system out there, but it works. And it is in compliance with state law. There are others coming to the state of South Carolina, but I have expressed that I would not like to be a guinea pig for a software system. If something came and it was up and running in another county, proven, I would not be against looking at something at that point. I think Stewart has worked in a county before that has tried to change, am I right?
Yes.
Away from the current system that we have, and it was a disaster, and they had to turn around and go back. So I personally, if we do that, I would like for something to be proven prior to.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it'd be best to be first.
No, I mean, you could get a really good deal being first, but I don't know if we have the bandwidth right now to do that.
Anybody have any questions for Ms. Hubbard?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard, and thank you, council. As she was saying, I mean, it's tough to find new software that integrates with our setup, with our system. QS1, of course, very proprietary software that we're using, but we're gauging that. We're scoping that out, always trying to find something better. Up next, we're going to have our treasurer, Gina Acree. If you could come on up, Gina. Thank you.
I gave it to Jennifer, so Good morning, and thank you so much for the opportunity to come and ask you for money to help me better this county and the outlook that we have to our taxpayers. My budget is exploded from last year. I was asked last year to do a 12% decrease. I did it because I thought that would be, I could do it. That was my first year actually looking at a budget and knowing what it was. So I do have some, like I said, most of my stuff hasn't increased. A lot of it is from schooling and conferences that I think is imperative for me as a new treasurer to be part of, because you learn so much just sitting around eating lunch with other treasurers and other auditors and listening to their experience. That has been one of the best things. And so I would love to, as I am learning, I'm also training my chief deputy treasurer right alongside of me. So God forbid, if something did happen to me, she would be able to take right up and go. So I take her to all of these, and that is an expense that is well worth the money. I don't know if you guys have ever been to any of the conferences that either the Association of Counties do or SCAT. They're very informative, not only about taxes, but just about county government as a whole. So those are my schools. You see the travel that pretty much it doubled. My professional item, that line item can be played with, if I am, granted the position that I'm asking for. And I've written a letter, I don't know if y'all have that in front of you, I'll be happy to read it, but if not, it just pretty much is saying, due to the increase, if you'll notice, since 2010, our population from Oconee County was 74,000-ish, and by 2024, it was 82, and they're projecting by 2026, we're gonna have 86,000. So I know all of those people don't have cars and boats and campers, but a lot of them do. My office and Christie's office, we handle each one of those. So to a household that has a family, you're looking at 2 cars, maybe a boat and a camper. That has to be valued, tax collected, apportioned out. It is a lot of work. So I'm asking for that. I'm also saying that I can save money in that professional budget with the temporary people that I have, that I am investing long hours of training. The job that I'm asking for takes about 18 months to fully learn it. So when you have temporary employees come, you have to start all over. And it's really hard for us as employees, and it's hard for the temporary person that comes in and does that too. With that, and also, we may be able to handle, we usually send our stuff off to Lockbox, which is a process that another bank does for, it's the TD Bank, I just send it to them and they process that for us. If I had another person, we could keep that in-house and not send that out. We basically did that this year. I posted myself over $27 million worth of payments and worked about 90 hours a week for about 4 weeks, because we had a snafu with our printing that I couldn't send it to Lockbox. It made me say that either we have to do Lockbox, we can never do what we just got finished doing, or I've got to have another person. Along with that population growth, our telephone calls are tripling and quadrupling because people are trying to figure out what they need to do when they move to South Carolina. So that is a process that we have to happen too. I also want to enhance customer service. I had a gentleman yesterday that came in and he had an issue, and he said that our staff was one of the best staffs he's ever, and he's lived all over the state, he's ever encountered as far as county government. That speaks volumes for me, and what my mission and my statement and what I ran my campaign on was serving these citizens of Oconee County to the best of our ability and to what they deserve to be served. And so in closing, we as a county, we need to be proactive instead of reactive to this growth that we're going to see. And I'm requesting this. Like I said, it takes a minimum of 1 year to train this employee, because there's some things you don't see but one time a year. So I must be prepared. And so I'm imploring you to please really consider this extra position in my office. The other stuff that, like I said, most of it goes with the training. A lot of my stuff goes with the training and going to classes and stuff and taking my chief deputy treasurer. The other thing, the IT replacement. So we have Lexmark printers that prints the decals and registrations. I have to have 4 drawers in those printers. So I have to run 2 years of decals, 26 and 27. Then I have to do receipt paper just for real estate, BPP, and anything that they have to take to the DMV. So I've got you, I hope that you have in that packet that I emailed over. And these are just a Google search, and I found the cheapest price that I could find on these printers. The Lexmarks are $67.95 each, and I need 5 of them. And the drawers that go with them, I'm having to replace these drawers every other month, just about, because my printers are going down. There's a little plastic thing, because when we pull them out and have to put stuff in there, there's a plastic thing that breaks. And I think these printers, if I'm not badly mistaken, are close to 10 years old. And I've already been warned by IT that not if, but when these printers quit. And when they quit, we quit. We can no longer print decals and registrations. So those drawers, I have those in there as well. And like I said, I just have bought 2 of them in the past 3 months. I've had to replace them. The other thing I would love to propose, and I really didn't know if I needed to put this on my budget or if it was gonna be in the building budget, but I really need a, security exit door in my office. When I take the deposit to the bank, I walk out into that public parking lot where everybody can see me. They don't know what's in that pot, they don't know what's in my bag. It could be $5, it could be 5 million. The back parking lot is very rarely used by the public. I would like a door that does not have a handle or a key. You can only exit out that door. And I have been parking the county car in that back parking lot. So at the present, I'm walking through the drive-through instead of going over to this side where I'll usually park in the treasurer's identified parking space. And I feel more safe doing that. However, it would serve twofold. If something horrible were to happen, you know, we had a shooter or a fire, whatever, my girls that are in the back part of my office, they would have to come toward the problem. There's no exit. And I've talked to IT, they came in, not IT, but the building, they came in and brought somebody to come look, gave me 2 options where to put it. And I think if I'm able to do that, I would love to put it in where our break area is, and we would still keep a little bit of the window. They're gonna be able to use that little bit of the window. And that way, my teller girls can get easily to that, and so can my back office easy to that. So, I would implore that that be looked at as well, just for safety reasons. Especially with me, taking, or my staff, I have to have some of my staff if I'm unavailable, if I'm at meetings or whatever. Right now, I'm pretty much serving as a part-time clerk, so I'm not able to do what I want to do and what I need to do as a treasurer, like tracking these numbers. That's not easily done. That's not one button I get to push and I get all these numbers pretty. I have to run about 21 reports to get all these base numbers. And that takes time. I love what I do, don't get me wrong. I don't mind being a clerk. I love the interaction with the public. But if I'm to do what I've been elected to do, I definitely need another person to free me up from answering the telephones and waiting on customers. So that's it. If you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask. I'm not sure I
So
can
the
answer them.
professional line item, is that temporary staff?
Part of it, and then some of it it goes to my shred, like that we have to have, because of law, we cannot just throw what has pertinent information, personal information on it. We have to have it shredded. So a shredder comes every month and shreds all of our stuff. And then the other one was for, it is for that. And we were putting some of my data processing on that professional. And I was talking to Tronda yesterday, and I think we're gonna move that over to the data processing line item instead of the professional. So those may swap, and they may, I did fluff them a little bit because I don't know exactly what that's gonna look like. You know, it's really hard to get a temporary person in there, at $13 an hour. That you can trust and they come to work. So, yes, the professional, it is in there.
So like, I don't see payroll. Where is that gonna be captured at in the budget?
I was told not to bother with payroll. They told me that, finance and HR would do that part, right? So the position that I'm asking for is $39,185. That's the starting position of a senior tax record specialist,
Plus about what, 25%, 30%,
maybe,
40?
yeah,
50, about 50,
Okay,
with benefits.
yeah, with benefits, so, yeah.
okay.
I mean, it's an investment, what I'm having to say to you, because it is. I've got a great staff right now. I'm telling you, they are workhorses. They never fuss. And they love on our citizens, and I love that. I love hearing, talking to them. They're so helpful, and I want that to continue. And I think as long as everybody is overworked, they're not gonna stay.
Thank you, Ms. Aker. Anybody have
Thank
any
you
other
so
questions?
much.
I do have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
And Christie, you may have to help answer this, but do we get any reimbursement from the state when we print the stickers and the registration cards for the service that we render there?
Yes, so we charge $1 for, it is a processing fee, but on your receipt, it says a decal fee. So it is what they allow us to charge to process doing those decals. However, we do have to pay our software company.
We keep about 80 cents.
Yeah, I think we
They
paid
get
them
about
17
40
cents.
We get 80 cents.
Yeah,
And we talked before about municipalities and billing them for some of the services that the county does for them.
yeah.
Can we get that reasonable fee schedule together early? So while they're in their budget process, we can talk about that and see what that looks like?
There actually is not a fee schedule at this moment. If you would like for us to
Investigate some.
investigate how other counties do that, we gladly will. Right now, all we do is keep penalties. So and that is just for the real estate side, so if 90% of their taxpayers pay on time, we get nothing. If 10% pay late, we keep
get
the
that.
city portion of the penalty only.
Just have a discussion what looks better, and I don't wanna be an outlier from other counties. And if there's something we need to change, let's figure it out early so that the municipalities can know it early.
Right.
Cause then we talked about last year late in the budget cycle, and we said it was too late. 'cause
Yeah,
we didn't wanna
yeah,
spring it on
yeah,
them.
I think it was at one of the retirement parties or something, we were talking
Yeah.
about that, yeah, so, I mean, that's just something we need to look at, because I do a lot for them, I do all their apportionments, I email it, I transfer their money, they just sit there and take it.
And my office actually has to look at each record that comes into the county, and we have to add the correct districts and the town codes to that. And another thing that I would advise would be to look at the special purpose districts as well, because adding Corey and Shiloh this year was an undertaking for the staff on our side.
And that's a whole nother tax district now to process every year
Yes.
and everything that goes in with it.
Yes, and we get charged for transfers. It goes on our analysis statement, so that's something to keep in mind as well, too.
And are we the custodian of, like, are you the custodian of the school district funds, the municipality funds, or does it?
So we have a bond account with TD, and so when I actually have to transfer the operational part to the school district's checking account,
Their tier monies come through us.
and then I give it right back to
We have to turn around
them.
and send it to them, so yes, everything flows through the county.
Yes,
From the state level. It
Yes.
lands here, we send it out as apportioned, or as.
yeah, we get that,
Designated.
so, yeah, pretty much,
Okay.
yeah.
Do we look
And
at-
I also take their deposit when they have one, I swing by First Citizens.
Okay.
Yep, one thing I had, it may be a question.
Yes.
For Gina, or for Christie, or maybe even for our payroll, but I know there's a portion that the state compensates our treasurers and our auditors. Does that flow through the salary and wages portion of the
No.
payroll? That's separate? That's
Yeah, we
separate,
get,
okay.
the state of South Carolina actually pays us, it's the
Gotcha.
treasurer.
Directly.
Yeah, yeah.
Do we track that anywhere in our payroll side or in our budget? It's completely outside, okay.
We
I
get a
just wanted-
W-2 from the state.
Yeah, we get it,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
From both of them. Okay, yeah, that's all I had.
Last question I got.
I'm sorry, Don.
Do we have any way of tracking large RVs in this county? Where I'm going with that,
I know, Montana.
there is you can go to Montana, you can set up an LLC, you can register your big RVs, and South Carolina and Oconee County get nothing. They're tagged in Montana, and the people live right here. And-
We've addressed that for years.
So
and
the police, I would think, I mean, they don't do something about
State is
it.
going to have to address that legislatively. Same thing with tiny homes. I've talked about tiny homes for years. You're missing a lot of revenue on
Yes.
tiny homes as well. And until we tackle that, we
Well-
catch what we can. Just to answer your question, we catch what we can. if someone calls us and says, my neighbor has this, or if we see a tiny home riding down the road, we look into it. Kevin can attest to that. If I get notification that one is somewhere, he will volunteer his guys to go out and actually look for us, since they've got an automobile and things, and then they come back and report. We try to do the legwork. So yes, we try
Okay.
as much as we can.
And wouldn't you
But-
say probably the majority of those are Airbnbs or VRBOs that we may
Tiny
not
homes,
even
yeah,
get?
but
The motorhomes?
motorhomes,
Yeah, and we saw an influx, when I was working in Pickens, especially, people doing motorhomes as their,
If you go up to
Is there-
Turkey
is
Creek on
their
a nice
home.
hot summer
Yeah.
weekend,
Yeah.
you would think Montana moved down to South Carolina.
Wow.
I mean, is the sheriff in here?
I know, the sheriff could, No,
We
no.
would have to have help from law enforcement. I can search any South Carolina license plate. I do not have access to a national search for license plates for the other 49 states.
and they have a set time to change their stuff. But you know, if they could just say they're visiting, like if you moved here, right?
But what they're doing is they're setting up LLCs in other states, and in states where there are no property tax for motorhomes or
Oh,
whatever.
so they are South Carolina
They were in
residents.
South Carolina.
They're evading, yeah.
I've
Oh,
got-
my God.
I've got the phone number right here, you can call and set your RV up. Montana.
You gave that to me last year, and I did that. And I even called and requested a listing, because I was gonna try to bounce it against, just the names for residents of Oconee, and they would not give it to me. So
We're
I
losing
did
revenue.
follow up on
Yeah,
that.
most definitely. You know, some larger counties have code enforcers, that's what they do.
Okay.
So,
I just thought I'd throw it out there.
yeah, I know, anything you can help, that's right. Thank y'all again
Thank you.
for the opportunity to, present this to you.
So at this time, I'm gonna move things around a little bit before lunch. So we've got Corinne Poor is gonna come up and give our presentation on delinquent tax.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm not very prepared, but maybe I can go over the budget part of it. You hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So my request went up about 70,000 this year. And most of that is to cover a shortfall that we had last year. We had a company, a landowner, that sold a piece of property that broke down into about 100 pieces, and all of those properties rolled delinquent. And in my ad file, I actually had to go ask for more money, and I think it was around 20-something thousand. So you'll see the advertising is up to 38. We did have to go along with the treasurer's and the assessor, the auditor's office to change our print company, and the prices went up there a little bit as well. Really don't have a whole lot. Y'all have any questions? Our budget should actually be covered, you see we're direct revenue, by the costs that we charge. So any expense that we receive, we should recover that in what the delinquent taxpayer pays.
So is the delinquent tax office self-sustained by the delinquent tax penalties?
Pretty much what I see, we're right there at it. Our salaries are not.
Payroll.
Salaries are not.
Except for payroll.
Yeah.
Okay. And the data processing, through all three groups is that all the same issues that's driving it?
I have a copy. Would you like it?
Yeah.
It is, for mine, the data processing,
The data processing and the postage
Okay.
for this year.
Yeah.
You can just keep this. That's a copy of the.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
have any questions?
I had one thing,
Yeah.
Corinne, and if you can, I'm looking in my act for this information, but, how did our collections do as far as delinquent tax? It looked like, I thought I saw they were up. But I'm looking for that exact number in here
I'm
right
not
now.
really sure.
Okay,
May I?
yes, yes, ma'am.
So delinquent tax, she usually gets 6,000 to 7,000 records a year.
And, at the end of the year, our collection rate is usually 99.8%, 99.7, 99.8. Her numbers are sometimes skewed because of our, data, our processing. So this year, for example, I got an amended return from the state of South Carolina for Board Warner. They had been filing under the wrong fee in lieu of. So I had to do a refund for 22, 23, 24, and when I build it back, I have to build it back on her side, okay? So we refund it in the prior year file, I build it back on the delinquent file, which would have made her collections for that month look like they're $500,000 more.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
they're somewhat skewed if you look at them from probably your point of view, but some of those collections are just internal refunds that we have done and built back for prior years. If someone comes in and applies for legal residence and they should have done it 2 years ago, state law says we can go back 2 years if the assessor approves it. Same thing there. I'm gonna refund it, build it back on her side. So the money does flow through her, but it's not per se a current year collection.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense.
Do we have a way to track that?
It would be very, but,
Yes.
yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Through the prior year refund report, I think you could track it that way. But there are some prior year refunds on your side too, so you guys would have to
Yeah.
massage that every month.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
I saw Mr. Black walked in.
What's that?
I just saw Mr. Black walked in.
Yes, yeah. Hey, Black, hey, at this time, I think, do you guys wanna do one more, or do you wanna break for lunch for a little bit? We've got more planned after lunch.
Did Mr. Black come,
Go
did you
ahead.
come to
Okay.
speak? I wanna be cognizant of your time.
I had been, I had prelims, I just ran over here after the prelim.
Okay,
I can come back at a different time, I think, I had emailed Brittany, we were
Yes.
kinda communicating, I could come back or we could do it.
Let's
Whatever
do
y'all wanna do.
we'll go ahead and break then.
Okay, yeah, the plan is to do a public safety workshop and
Okay.
to address all of our public safety officials then, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can come back, I just wanna make sure I'm not
Okay.
missing it.
Yeah.
I was up here.
You wanna do a break now? You wanna do a break now, do one more, or?
I'll do one more before I'm concerned. That's up
We've
y'all.
got, how long do you think assessor, Kevin, do you wanna go ahead? Okay, we'll go ahead and do our assessor.
Let's start wearing the diaper. You know.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you all.
I'm trying to find it.
I can go ahead, let me go ahead and just give some information off of my data before you guys can see it. So for the most part, my budget line items are not changing much. Some of the changes are small, 3 to 5%, and that's based on vendor increases that they try to do every year. The largest change you're gonna see, which is a significant change, the overall budget went up about 38%. It's because of reassessment. So it's postage and mailing costs. In a normal year, every year we have to send out assessment notices. It's usually about 4,000 or 5,000 notices in a typical year. In a reassessment year, it's about 10 times that number. It's 50, 60,000 notices. We have 65,000 parcels or so, changes on a daily basis, but we have about that number. So that's the bulk of the increase. We have to fund those, that is a state law that we have to send out those notices. So you'll see that in the increase in the postage line there. You'll see some of that also in the operational line that you see increased 50%. So the postage is, obviously, the postage associated with those notices. The operational is the costs to print them, so some of the printing costs. A few other highlights, let's see. Data processing is the largest line item. It increased only about 0.87%, but that is vendor-related increases. So as we're looking ahead, some of those services increased. The main one there is going to be the CAMA service, Computer System Mass Appraisal, so that's the software we use for the appraisal. And there's a few other softwares for customer service, deed processing, some of those things. For the most part, the other information did not change. Staff development, that is in large part the classes that are required for appraisers. So they have to take a certain number of education hours. If you're licensed, you have to take continuing education, but we've also, of course, had a lot of apprentice appraisers to come on board that we have to provide the training for from the get-go. So the qualifying education, as they call that, and that is the $9,000 figure. That also covers renewals, license renewals as required. The newspaper magazine line item, that's a little bit misleading. What that really is a subscription to something called Marshall and Swift, which is a valuation industry standard document. So it's a book, basically. They send renewal information on that. They send it monthly and quarterly, depending on the publication. So it's in that line item simply because it's a printed publication, but it's not really a newspaper or a magazine. It's a valuation resource. And those are the highlights. Are there any questions that you all have for me?
The postage, like, why such a drastic difference from 26 to 27?
Just the number, that reassessment.
Reassessment.
Yeah, so you're going from mailing 4,000 or 5,000
Yeah.
notices to 40 or 50,000 notices. Or more. And just real quick, the reason so we have 65,000 or so parcels. So you may be wondering why we'd be mailing less than that number of notices. A lot of those are exempt, government-owned, or the assessments didn't change. So for instance, if it's a farm use property only and there's no other uses on it, the farm values are not changing. So the only time you send a notice is if there is a change in that and if it's not exempt. So those would be the majority of those other parcels.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? While I'm thinking about it, because talking about postage, it made me think, and Ms. Acree, we talked about mailing receipts.
Not doing that.
Perfect.
I saved about $40,000 to $50,000 not doing that this year.
And-
And it's not been horrible. I mean, people have called and said, I didn't get my receipt, and I just say, trying to save you some money, you can go online to get it, or I'll be happy to stick it on your mail or email it to you. So, I mean,
Or
we,
go online and get it.
yeah, there are very few, have just said, you know, I'm just stick it in the mail.
Yeah.
Usually they're like, oh, I didn't know it was online, or we get an email address and email it to them, so.
Good.
It's, I was surprised, cause this was gonna be my test year to see just in case. Also in my budget, I forgot to say that I was gonna, Frena and I are gonna get together and do reminder notices for real estate next year. We did not do that this year, we were behind the 8 ball.
Okay.
So that's something else that I think would help too,
All right.
with collections.
One quick note about, because you mentioned online, so the assessment notices are required by law to be physically mailed. I've talked with Mr. Jones about that. We would love maybe at some point in the future for there to be some changes in South Carolina to allow maybe some emailing of that would save an enormous amount of money. But that's a state requirement as of now.
When will the assessment process wrap up? Is it July 1? Is it?
July-ish. It depends on what we run into while we're there. So we have to mail those assessment notices. The way the law reads is substantially all of them by July or as soon thereafter as practical. So it puts a lot of wiggle room in there, but our target is July.
So when we get the assessment notice, prior to millage being set and tax notices, so they'll know the assessed value. Do we spell it out in there, the cap limits and all that, or is it just,
Yeah.
they just get, okay,
So they have a couple of numbers on there. One is gonna be a market value,
right,
which you may or may not be taxed on. It depends on the exemptions in place and caps and things like that. Then there's what we call a taxable value. So for instance, if it's capped, or if it's receiving agricultural use, or some of those other situations where we're not actually taxing the market value, it will show the taxable value. The only difficulty that is confusing to taxpayers very often is that it doesn't show your tax amount, because we obviously don't have a millage or anything like that yet. So we get a lot of calls, a lot of questions to say, okay, this assessed value seems way higher than my tax bill. Why are my taxes so high? Well, it's not actually a tax bill, it's an assessment notice. So you may get
I
called.
think it would
about-
cause a lot of confusion.
Yeah, yeah.
One other thing that I would love to add is the earlier he mails his assessment notices out, is the shorter the window for a taxpayer to visually see their assessed value to my tax bill. In the year of reassessment, they've got 90 days from the date the reassessment notice was mailed to appeal. In a normal year, you can appeal to the due date. So I would love for him to be on the later schedule. August 1st of September would be wonderful for me, because that would give the taxpayer till like December 31st to actually look at their tax bill and their assessment notice to decide if they want to appeal. Because if he gets it out in June, their appeal period's going to be up before the tax notices are mailed in October. And that's happened in the past, and it's horrible.
And let me add to that just a little bit. So in past several years, and in non-reassessment years, Ms. Hubbard and I have worked together to mail those at about the same time. So you receive your assessment notice and a bill, and you have the full picture. You can say, okay, this is my assessment notice, which is confusing to most people, and it's kind of hard to understand, but also here's my bill. So here's the results of that in real dollars that I'll be actually paying. The way the law is written, you can send those assessment notices out earlier in a reassessment year, but our preference is definitely to have those as close in time to the tax notice as possible, just so that people have the full picture before they choose to appeal or not appeal. If you send out the assessment notice, there is the 90-day window that she mentioned, and so I've seen in other counties some really difficult situations where somebody doesn't really know if they want to appeal or not. Then they receive their tax notice and say, oh, now I understand the full picture, but their appeal window is closed, and they cannot do anything until the following year. So our preference definitely is to keep those somewhat of an overlap, so that you can have the entire picture when you're deciding if you want to do anything or not.
You mentioned state law, so this is probably a no on this already, but talking about sending them out at the same time, is that something that can be sent out together in one envelope, or would law prohibit that?
So we've done that many times in the past when it's not a reassessment year.
Okay.
The reassessment year is a little bit of a different situation, and we've also got some changes in our mailing services that we would have to work out there.
We
So
tried last year, and we could not with the prior print service. I'm not sure the vendor you're using,
we don't know yet. Yeah, we're working on that.
so we can look into that.
It's something we can definitely investigate.
But we have done that in the past, and it was successful. But
And it
we
saved
just
a
have to
lot of
make
money.
sure.
What year is the reassessment based off of?
So the reassessment is looking at sales that occurred in calendar year 2025. So we've just finished up processing the sales that actually occurred. Now that we're in early 2026, we've got that data. Then we take those sales and we say, okay, in a given area of the county, market area, when we put a property into our computer, is it seem to align with the sale that actually occurred? There are some parameters in terms of what's called a ratio study. In essence, state law says it has to fall within some range of what the real sale was. And of course, we're looking at true sale data, not something if I'm putting it into my own trust for $0 or $5 or something like that. So we're looking at real arm's length sales. How does our model line up with those? So then, of course, we make adjustments as necessary. Then we apply those adjustments to that market area, which would be a neighborhood of subdivision, however we geographically define that. I'm sure you all are aware there is a 15% cap. So if a property has been owned for multiple years and we're doing this, and if the value increases, it can only go up 15% as a result of the reassessment. Other properties, if they have already been valued recently, here's an example. So there's a few new subdivisions in the Seneca area that are very new. I'm sure y'all have seen them. They're pricing very tight right now. So when new properties sell, our model is already there. We've gotten it because it's a new subdivision. We're able to implement that from the ground up. It's pretty tight. So as a result of reassessment, some neighborhoods like that probably won't change at all. They're already within the specifications. We don't need to make any adjustments there. They're pricing correctly. So different neighborhoods are going to be different amounts, different changes, different homes are going to be different amounts. One other thing to mention is an ATI, an assessable transfer of interest. If a property sells in an arm's length transaction, any cap that was there before is removed. So it comes to market value. So there are, and that is a state law also. There are properties, even within the same neighborhood, where one home that is recently sold will be at or near market value. Another home has not sold for 40 years and it's going to be significantly below market value. The one that was recently sold probably will not change much. The one that is below market value may increase. So there'll be instances like that, even within the same neighborhood, where there'll be different changes depending on the valuation of those properties. And we'll have more information about, as we get deeper into the reassessment, just how the numbers are looking and everything.
We have a reassessment
Yeah.
millage workshop.
I wanted to remind you guys of that. It's on March the 4th, 10:30 in here. The Department of Revenue will be here to go over the reassessment calculation formula and how he applies numbers and how we will apply numbers. And I've invited the municipalities as well.
Okay. Do we need to have that posted as a meeting? Probably so, if all 5 of us will be here, or 3 of us.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I just got one quick question, Kevin. You mentioned that it was state mandated that the tax notices go out in mail. Would it be possible if there's a line on there that allows a citizen to make the choice to go paperless? Would
Not-
that circumvent the law, or is that something that we'd have to get with the legislators to get pushed through?
So my understanding as of now is that that's not an option, that we do have to mail them. That's definitely something we can investigate, and in fact, I talked to Mr. Jones early on about that. That's kind of something that we see.
Just about everything I get in the mail, they want you to go paperless.
Yeah.
And that's my choice, is whether I want to do that or not.
And that would save a lot of money on postage. There'd obviously be some implementation costs as we figure out how to accomplish that. But as of right now, I think it is state law that it's got to be mailed. But that's certainly something we can look at.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you.
I wanna brag on Kevin too for a moment, because he's a critical part of our team, and he's doing a great job. He's doing all the reassessments like he's talking about, but he's also gonna be an even more critical part of our team moving forward in finance, so we appreciate it, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you.
Do y'all want a break?
I'm ready to go on.
Is there somebody ready to go on?
Well, we've got.
Well, you got Mr. Shirley sitting
Are you
there.
prepared by chance, or?
I don't have my, I sent my breakdown to Brittany, I don't have it with me.
Gotcha. I can put it up there pretty quick if you wanna go through it now, but we were gonna schedule you for a different time, but.
Okay, I've never been to one of these, and I thought it was
Mr.
worth
Sherwood's probably ready.
you to see what was happening.
Okay. We could, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if
Let me see if we can put it together. After lunch, we've got, solid waste and PRT and then one and rock quarry coming in, so, and, we originally had assessor for after lunch too, but we moved him up, so.
Yeah, so how long do we need for lunch? 30 minutes?
The lunch is on the way.
So it's not here?
It should be here in the next 10 minutes.
Let Phil's go ahead.
Phil gotta go to the restroom.
let's take a restroom break.
We'll take a restroom.
We'll take, I think we need a motion for a 10-minute recess.
Make a motion.
All in favor? All right, need a motion to return from recess.
Make a motion.
All in favor?
I'll see you later, I gotta go call it back.
All right, next we're with the library system.
Good, well, morning for a couple more minutes anyway, gentlemen. Thank you. I'll be honest with you, I kind of crashed this party this morning. I've never been to one of these before. Usually we would have presented our request to the finance director and county administrator, and then I guess they brought them forward. So I've never actually had the opportunity to come to you gentlemen and talk about our budget. And I'll keep it brief because I'm standing between you and lunch. So I'll keep it brief. There's just a couple of changes really from our line items last year over to this year. The biggest one that I have, and if you see, I think she gave you the budget. I apologize that it's printed out a little funny. And then the justifications. We have we call her a library resource associate. Her name is Carrie Leeper Brock, and she is a social worker. We got a grant from the Center for Rural and Primary Health Care. It is out of the University of South Carolina, and they started a social work in libraries program about 5 years ago. And so, but for about the last 4 years, we've had her on a grant, and it has really been a godsend to us at the library. I know that's not a traditional service that you think of libraries as offering, but we really embraced it in part because it's probably one of the last free entities out there that doesn't require you to have a membership. I mean, other than if you have a library card, but I mean, it doesn't require you're not a client, you're not anything else. We'd have a lot of people that would come in for different needs besides just reading and entertainment. And we have a caring staff. They could look things up online. They could do a Google search for you or whatever, and then send you on your way with a couple of numbers and hope you got what you needed. And the last 4 years with us having a social worker on library staff has been a real godsend for us because she's been a resource. She sees individual clients. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can certainly provide them for you. And so we're asking, this is the last year of her grant. Her grant expires at the end of this fiscal year, in June 30th. So we're asking for that position to be moved over and put her on the county payroll. And she is part-time and would remain part-time. She works about 3 days a week for us. She not only is at the Walhalla main branch each of 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but then other days she does go to each of our other branches. So she goes to Salem every other Monday, and then to Westminster on every Wednesday, and every Tuesday, and then Seneca on every Wednesday. So she has a presence at every one of our branches and is there for direct service, but she's also been assisting the county with maintaining a list of county resources. There's a lot of other things that she does in terms of helping us as a library partner with different community agencies. So that's a position we would definitely like to keep. And now that the grant is finally coming to an end and they don't anticipate additional funding, we're asking for that part-time position. The other thing that we're asking for is an increase in our professional line item. We pay all but 2 of our part-time staff our staff mark, third-party agency. And currently they're getting paid $11 an hour, most of them. I've got a couple that have been with us for a while that I'm paying $12 an hour, but they're getting paid $11 an hour. That is very difficult to compete with neighboring counties. Pickens County is starting theirs at 15. I think Anderson County is starting theirs at 14 or 15. These are just part-time positions. I have 2 county positions, which were sort of legacy. When they switched everything over to staff mark, I have 2 positions that had people in them already, and so we've maintained those as county positions. They get paid $15 an hour. So it's really kind of a disparity. I've got a couple of part-time workers that are making $15 an hour, and they get a little portion of the increase if we get a cost of living adjustment every year. And then I've got 9, 10 people on my staff that are making somewhere between $11 and $12 an hour. And unless I get an increase in the professional line item, they don't get an increase. I've got some that have, like I said, worked for me for a couple of years. We were able to kind of adjust them a little bit to get them up to 12. But if I get somebody that starts with me next week and their staff mark, I've got an open position right now that's county, that one's gonna start at 15. So when we fill that one in a couple of weeks, that person will start at 15. But if your staff mark, I get a new person in, I'm gonna start them at 11. And it's really hard to keep them. We've got some very dedicated staff right now that are great, but my part-time positions do turn over a good bit. So we're asking for an increase from 150,000 to 162,700 for the professional line item. And then a couple of smaller things. We do a lot of our own copying in-house. Our copy click charges, we're asking to go from 8,500 to 11,000 because we really save a lot by doing a lot of our own printing in-house. Instead of sending out a lot of our calendars, a lot of our promotional material and that kind of thing to say Vistaprint or somebody else, we do that in-house. So not only do we, of course, have, copies and printing for the public, and that's a lot of that goes into it. There's really no distinction in that line item between what the public prints and, what we have to charge for that versus, what the staff prints. So we're asking for just an increase in the copy click charges. This year, I'd kind of made up any difference that we're gonna have with my state aid. And then also just an increase for buildings and grounds for the main library at Walhalla. We had some very unanticipated HVAC issues this year. And being is that all those units in all of my libraries go back to 2011, I'm just gonna continue to have maintenance and HVAC problems there. And then also, what we looked at too is getting the carpet professionally cleaned. We try to do that once a year, each of our locations, or every other year, I should say, I guess. This year, we're doing Seneca and Westminster, so next year in the, FY '27 budget, we'd like to have the carpet cleaned at Walhalla. That's neighborhood, $1,800 to $2,000, so that's why we've asked for the increase there in the line item for Walhalla. And then some minor adjustments there, few adjustments basically just based on inflation, or like for the postage, we use some postage for interlibrary loans to send those back to other libraries, bigger parcels that we can't just go through the franking system out here. And then we have a smaller food budget. Mainly we use that for like staff training and that kind of thing. So a couple small things. So the main increase just in the line items that you already see there is in that professional line item and the copy click, and then asking for the taking up the social work position as well. That's pretty much what I have.
Have any questions? Can you get us exactly what the social worker does? Programs?
A little bit of everything, yes, sir. She plans programs. A lot of her programs are, usually based on something like if it's National Heart Month, or if it's national, whatever. She tries to plan some timely programming based on that. She also does service to direct clients. So if somebody comes in needing help with applying for Medicaid, Medicare, if somebody comes in needing help, they've lost their job, they're looking for, where do they go for job assistance? I mean, obviously they end up at, let's say, DO or, South Carolina unemployment or that kind of thing. But I mean, a lot of times they don't know where to go. And they'll come in looking for help, and then she's the one that can help direct them. So not only does she do direct service, in other words, trying to find resources for them, but then she can also track it. She also keeps up with it. She's got all the records. She's a licensed social worker with a master's, so she can keep up with that and then follow up with them where, in the past, if we ever had people coming in for help, we just have to say, well, here's some numbers and good luck, that kind of thing. And then she also does, like I said, she is a partner with about 15 different community agencies here in the county right now, or helps the library, establish and maintain those partnerships. So everything from Healthy Oconee to Anderson Oconee Behavioral Health to, can't even think of a bunch of them off the top of my head, but I mean, she's got about 3 different sort of roles that she does in terms of helping us be aware of resources, keep up with resources, direct client service, assisting people coming into the library that need help with social work, and then also, as I said, the going out and finding those partnerships as well.
Can you just provide us, like, for, say, the last year, like, the program she's done, what she's done, and so we can look at it all?
I have it, yes, sir. I have it. I mean, we have to submit that for our grant. I can get you all of that. I can send it to you all probably today.
Okay, I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have anything?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And we had talked a little bit about, I think you mentioned it also about the staff mark pay and so forth, versus hiring in-house, that kind of thing. What was are you looking at potentially eliminating the staff mark positions altogether and bringing in-house? I know we had some discussion about that.
Well, I mean, our overhead for staff mark is about 22%. If I'm paying somebody $12 an hour, and that's what they make, then I'm paying staff mark $15.72.
Gotcha.
So, and I do understand that if you bring them in-house, there's the portion of like social security and whatever that the county obviously has to pay in addition to just their hourly wage. But, I mean, you know, that would definitely allow me to get, them probably up, you know, to a little bit closer to what I'm already paying a couple of those, you know, county employees or whatever. And, you know, we're not paying somebody else outside to manage them.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
It's about 22%.
22%, okay. And I know we've had some discussion about, I've had a lot of these discussions with different departments on consolidating, you know, and how many positions of those part-time positions or those temp positions we could eliminate, what the cost difference would be in that, bringing that in, you know, if we get rid of four temp employees and bring it down to 2 full-time employees or something of that nature,
Right.
so.
Yeah, I currently have, 10 staff mark positions. One of them is still paid by the grant. Carrie has an assistant that we pay also, that does Spanish language translation for us. She's a medical translator, Spanish translator, in her full-time, and then she works for us 1 day a week. So we have her that we pay, and then also I have 9 regular staff, just like circulation staff and all that we're paying staff mark. And like I said, they're between $11 and $12 an hour. After they get, usually if they manage to stay with us a couple of years, then I do get them to $12 an hour. But you know, I really have to make sure that I'm not exceeding that professional line item every year. So I have to be careful. Like, I'd love to start them all at 12 or 13, but I have to be real careful. So usually it's just more of a, hey, you've been with us for a while. If I don't do it this way, you'll never see a raise. Unlike my, you know, county and part-time and regular full-time staff that will get a cost of living or whatever that we do get. So I do try to give them that up to the 12, but like I said, you know, I've got a few of them that have worked up with us for a while or maybe just started or whatever, and they're starting at 11.
Okay,
So.
okay. Well, yeah, let's stay in touch. Let's get together on that.
Okay.
Some more stuff.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
So let's get a motion to recess and return at 1 o'clock.
Make a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll make a motion to return from recess.
Make a motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
I will continue on now with solid waste, Mr. Swain.
Good afternoon. Mr. Jones had asked me, and I told him I'd just throw some stuff together in a presentation real quick. And y'all can stop me at any time, ask questions, go forth. So y'all you have that, so we'll just move right on. So I picked out the ones that we had some overages that we asked for this year. Our overtime has gone up a good bit, or a little bit more than we have had, due to just can't fill several of the positions. And the work just keeps getting more volume, the trash is getting larger. So that's where we're at with it. We estimated another, I think 5 or maybe 10,000 more than we did this past year, because we're currently on track for what we're at now. Our professional line items going up. We've got a couple things in our engineering. The testing and sampling of our groundwater at the landfill. The analysis part of it, where they have to send it off to a independent lab, has been increasing over the past 2 or 3 years. So that's portion of the cost going up. The other part is our flare system is not operating properly. And it's been recommended that we just kind of shut it down. It's at the end of its useful life anyway. And we're looking at putting in a passive trench. So when the gas hits the trench, it just goes out to the atmosphere. We've already got one partial area there along Wells Highway, and it's been working extremely well. Our monitoring wells are showing lower levels now since we put that in place. So we're looking at potentially going around the entire site with the trench. That portion is just for the engineering and plans to submit to DES, and once they have that, then we can proceed to put the trench in ourselves. A portion of it too is the staffing agencies, our professional line item. We've got 14, 15 part-time staff, depending on when we hire them, if they can work more hours than we would like. We've got several who can only work certain amounts because they've reached the age of in their retirement where they have to pay back if they go over amount, so we have to get an extra person to help fill some of the hours. Our equipment rental line item, the previous 2 years, we've spent around 40 or a little more thousand on renting a long reach excavator. We have to clean out our stormwater ponds around the site. As you know, we're going up, and so we get a lot of sediment going down toward the ponds. So we're having to clean them out 2 to 3 times a year, depending on the amount of rain that we get. Copier charges have gone up. It was a small increase, but I threw that on there. We're looking at replacing our software. We had mentioned that in our committee briefing last week. So we went ahead and added those funds to there to help cover those costs as well. Our uniform contract is going up by 5%, plus we're needing to replace some rain gear and jackets that we've had that's gotten some age to them. So we added a couple extra on for that. Our testing wells and landfill, we haven't had to grass areas in the past year. We've had enough seed left over from where we purchased a substantial amount about 4 years ago. But we're starting to run out, so we're going to have to purchase those seeds as well. And we buy roughly almost a tractor trailer load when we purchase it. We get a better discount that way. So we're into the portion where we're having to purchase that and fertilizer. And if you know fertilizer, it's going up in price pretty substantial. The other areas are tipping fees to Homer, Georgia. We are estimating a 3% increase. I talked with Ms. Popham yesterday. She's estimating that it could be anywhere from 2.25% to 3%. So we went ahead and we had budgeted 3%. And we also added a small amount extra in there, hopefully, that we won't have to use. But, well, our transfer station went down again this morning. We had a break in one of our hydraulic components, and we're having to replace it. But if we could have a little extra, we could put it with one of the local other transfer stations or landfills that we can that we've got agreements with, that we could, haul directly to them when we're down. Our general gravel's going up a little bit. We're using a good bit at the landfills and around the recycling centers, just helping keep the area smooth for the trucks to drive upon. And then vehicle maintenance, if you've seen our maintenance account over the last few years, we've had some substantial hits. We went ahead and budgeted, above. We're already over 280,000 this year. And we're still got several more things to go on that portion of it. So we looked at putting it at 325 and hoping for the best on that. Any questions on those, any of those items or? Hold on, put it the wrong way. Couple of requests we would like for, we could use 2 extra individuals at the landfill. Currently, we're having a hard time getting CDL requirements. The guys at the landfill, typically if we put them there and just leave them there, they don't have to have a CDL. We do have 2 guys there that have one. And then we have 1 guy who does not, that had transferred from the rock quarry a couple years ago. But we have so much that they can do there, that they are completely would never have to leave. Right now, though, when we're down a guy or 2 on the driver's side, we have to pull one of those guys at the landfill, and that puts them even in more of a bind. So we could really use those 2. Our workloads have increased. Just the maintenance around the landfill, keeping trash, picking up the litter that's blown, stuff all around the creek. We've got almost half a mile of creek line that we have to keep clean and keep the sediment away from, and then also keeping those ponds cleaned out. When we say cleaning 9 ponds out, it may take a week per pond each time we do it. So it could take up to 2 months when we start cleaning them out. We try to hit the dry spells right before the first summer starts, for all the storms, and then again in late October, November, when it kind of hits that dry spell right before we get into the rainy parts of winter. So it takes a good bit of cleaning out there. And that's not including all the other stuff they do, backing up folks, checking their loads. We check about, the regulations requires us to check at least 10%. The vehicles coming in, we check them a lot more, because that keeps a lot of the, the stuff that we can't go in the forbidden things that people want to throw in, like household trash and everything that does not belong. It helps knock that down. So we would really greatly appreciate if you considered letting us get 2 more employees for the landfill. Our big request, as we mentioned last week in the committee meeting, our compactor has seen better days, especially the wheels. The machine itself has been down several times, multiple times over the past couple of years. But we have put a lot of hours, and it has compacted a lot of waste. And the next picture shows the difference in the wheels. Pit pair on the left is what they would look brand new, and that's what most of our wheels look like on the compactor. We're having a hard time getting parts when they do. It takes, they have the manufacturer here in South Carolina on the I-77 right out of Columbia, and they don't even have the parts. Because when they did, that was one of the selling points when we bought that machine. We could just drive there and get them, but that don't even work anymore. So that is some of our biggest concerns. When we can't compact, the waste just piles up and we lose airspace. Give you an idea, we have been looking at one of similar nature that has been getting very good reports over the last 5-10 years. Several counties in the state have purchased one. We actually went down to Richland County about right after Christmas. They had received one after November, and they had already seen a great amount of savings just in compacting. Instead of having to run over it 3 or 4 times, they could run over it twice, and they were done. I mean, it was already obliterated. One good thing about them, this company here, is they actually put a Connex box with all the critical parts on consignment, from starters to alternators to wear parts. They leave it there, leave it on your site. When you use them, you just call them, they come back and replace it and then charge you for the parts. So we think that's a very viable machine there for potential. The other part is the wood grinder. We've actually got our contract guy out there now. He's grinding again. I mentioned last week we were over 80,000. It was actually 91,000 since August, and we're adding another 16,000 over the next 2 days. And before the end of the budget year, we're probably going to be hitting another 2 or 3 times grinding because we're getting in that cleanup season. And DOT has notified us last week that they are going to start bringing all the waste in from the ice storm next week. So we're trying to get prepared for that as well. So we've been to a few demos on some newer machines, but we have not sat down and really got a good grasp on one that would be best suited for us. But talking with the 4 or 5 vendors that's out there, the cost for one is roughly between 1.1 and 1.3 million. The other portion is our compactors at our recycle centers. We got a lot. We have 29 total throughout the centers. We're trying to get to 30. We need one more so that at the Pine Grove Center we could have all of them. No cardboard being put into a regular bin. They would actually have a cardboard compactor there. So we're wanting one for there for cardboard, and then we just need to replace a lot of our compactors. They're starting to rust out. We're scabbing them together on some Wednesdays. We go out there, we put the metal in, weld it back in place. It's just not lasting as long as they used to. 2 years ago, we started a replacement plan. We actually got it set up with one company so we can get them all in one series of compactors. That way we can have spare parts on hand versus right now we've got 4 different manufacturers, and it's hard to keep parts for all 4 out there. Along with that, we need some more compactor containers. We actually had to dispose of 2 of them this past year. We have about 40 compactor containers on hand, but we have, like I said, we have 29 in use all the time. And then the cardboard we bring in, we keep until we have enough compactors to actually run the cardboard through the baler. We have to at least get 5 or 6 of those full at a time before we start baling. So we only have X number that's for garbage, and you have a day where you're down at the transfer station or the power goes down. We need extra ones to kind of keep it rolling. We have had them worked on. We have a guy in Westminster out Smith Welding. He does a lot of work for us, trying to keep them up to par. But some of them get to the place where we took one a while back. He's like, I can't, it's not even need to touch it. He's like, you just need to scrap it. So we actually left it there for him, and he cut the metal off that he could use and started using it on some of our other compactor containers. And we do get a little bit with grants. We're purchasing 1 or 2 with some grant money we got from DHEC this past year. So we're hoping to get those, but they only gave us enough, I think 15,000, and they start out around 10 to 11. So we're hoping to get 1 and add a little bit to it to get 2.
I got a question for
Yes, sir.
Give you a break.
All right.
In our committee meeting back a week or so ago, you asked for parts for the grinder, or ever what you call it, to do away with the bushes and timber and all. Did that ever come in, those parts come in, and we got that thing working yet?
It has not came in yet. They are still waiting on those. I talked to Mr. Foster this morning. We try to get a weekly update on those. He is still waiting on them to schedule a time to come put it on, because that company has to put it on. It's something that they have to reprogram and rewire, and we don't have the machinery to be able to put it on there. So he is waiting on that part. Yes, sir.
Would we be better off to sell that, if we could, on Gov Deal and buy a new one?
Yes, sir, but we probably need it running before we'd actually get anything for it, because nobody's going to want to buy it as is right now.
Okay.
Some other things to consider from our standpoint, We could use a smaller dozer on the slopes. Our large dozer it tears up more as it's going down. It's made for pushing and doing our other parts, but when we happen to dress up side slopes, we actually sometimes do more damage with the larger dozer. We have borrowed one from when the rock quarry is not using theirs, we'll borrow it, but they use it a good bit, so we will try to work those things in. And it doesn't have to be a new one. That's something we could potentially try to get a used one for, something we wouldn't be using every day, but something we would have on hand. It could be a backup for our other. Our water truck is a small water truck. We've had it for close to 30 years, and this just has 1,500 gallons. Well, some of the issues that we started running into over the past few years, the landfills got so big, if we do have a fire, the fire trucks can't make it all the way out to where our working face may be, or where part is. So we've looked at potentially getting like one of our haul trucks, articulating water truck like the quarry has. You get put 5,000-6,000 gallon, and you can drive out onto the landfill itself to get closer to the fire. Plus watering down all our roads now, and our large area, our large parking spot, we have to try to keep it wetted as much as possible to keep dust down. And 1,800 gallons of water doesn't go very far when you're spraying, especially in the summertime. Two things, our transfer station, we've been talking with administration over the last couple of years. There are many times during the year we are over our permitted limit of 300 ton a day. So we are in that portion. Plus our compactor unit inside that we have always used is 10 years old this year. We're starting to see areas of wear and other issues that we're having with it. When we purchased that a couple years back, about 10 years ago, they were around 120,000. Pickens County replaced theirs this past year, and it was 370,000 for the same size machine. Our plan down the road is if we did put one in, a new one, we would not have a compactor unit in it. We would have an open top system. That way you don't have to rely on power. You just have a machine pushing trash into the open top, and you tamp it down, cover it, and send it on its way. You can load them faster, plus there's more readily available trucks to load. One consideration is permitting time. Getting one to permitted takes probably about a year by the time you go through the stormwater planning and all of that. And then actually after building one out takes about a year and a half. So you're looking at a 2.5, 3 year turnaround from the time you say, let's start planning on it. And something that we would consider is if we could get one, go ahead and get the planning stage done, get it drawn up, get it through DES, because it takes a while now on stormwater permits through them, especially through ours has to go through the landfill side, then go over to the stormwater side, then come back to the landfill side to get fully permitted. So it's a time-consuming effort getting one of those done. So we should be hoping, like as I mentioned at the meeting the other week, our scale house, the stormwater plan should be any day now. They had notified our engineers that everything looked good, and they're just waiting to approve it, get that back to us, and then we're going to start excavating for the road. And that's something we would actually excavate and use that soil as cover dirt in the landfill, and crossing the creek that we're at. And so by the time we build the road and get some of the other permitting items from DOT and different things, we're probably looking at a year before we actually have to be able to put a building and the scales up over there as well. So we got some stuff coming down the road. One last thing, I think to bring this back up, I want to give you an idea on our you remember a couple of years ago, the small haulers came and said they were small, it was hard for them to compete. Well, I want you to take a notice there. There's the first three listed is the ones who complained. The next 3 or 4 up there listed, I can tell you this, Mr. Morris and Mr. Winkler, if you know any of them, it's been a family business for 3 generations. They have passed it down from grandfather to father to grandson. And if you notice their numbers, their tonnages that they bring in, they have been consistent. I mean, Mr. Morris brings in around 128, 130 ton a year. Mr. Winkler, he's actually gone down because he didn't have any capacity and he's just kind of letting it go away. And then the other two, LMG and HC Services, they've grown a little bit. LMG does more clean outs than anything, and he actually is paid more with less tonnage brought in than some of our larger ones. The only way to Evolve or LMM Universal pay at the transfer station if they do a clean out or if they have a C&D material that they have to take to the landfill. If you notice on the side there, we're losing about a little over almost $250,000 a year to them now. They have grown significantly. This past year, Evolve, L&M, and Universal, or just the first two, brought in over 1,200 and 1,700 tons respectively. That's almost 24 to 30 ton a week. We've got a couple cities in Oconee County that doesn't bring us that much a week. So just to kind of give you an idea where we're at, something to consider, you may want to look back at that. When they're getting this big, they're no longer really a small hauler. Some of the small haulers, they're fine. And some of these others have ventured out into multiple counties. They're in Anderson and Pickens County. And unless they're honest with us, we can't differentiate where the waste is coming from. So just want to give you that kind of something to think on as well from our revenue standpoint. And I believe that's all I've got there.
Question, you said you need a small dozer. How small a dozer are you talking about?
Well, we're looking at one that's smaller than what we've got. Right now, ours is a 90,000 pound machine. We're looking at one around the 45 to 50,000 pound weight. We have rented in the past year or so, we looked at a Komatsu. It's like a D65. It worked great. It's big enough to still push waste out if we needed it to, but it's small enough to get on the slopes and dress them up and work them like they need to be as well.
Is that comparable to a D6?
Yes, sir, about that. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
You know, we all thought we bought a compactor a few years ago.
Yes, sir.
That's what we called it, was a compactor, explained to us as a compactor. But now I've heard that wasn't a compactor.
That's correct. It was, also I told Mr. Shirley and Mr. Jones when that night we came and it was mentioned, I was like, hey, we need to correct that. That's a cat loader, not a compactor. I was told that it would be done. So that's where we're at with that. And
Yeah, because it was explained to us, you know, everything that a compactor does, how the wheels help compact it, everything. So.
What did we get?
it was a Cat 973 track loader. Yes, sir. Which we have been very grateful because our other one is down as well on that part. So, I mean, it's being used a lot.
Man, was it me and you or me and Don that went to Pickens County, the landfill? Me and you?
I didn't get to go.
Was it me and you?
Where did we go with?
Pickens County landfill? About a year ago?
I don't remember doing it. Of course, that don't mean we didn't do it.
I don't know. I went, I don't remember who I went with. But they bought shredders and they like shred a lot. And he talked about how it increased the compaction, decreased the amount of landfill they're using. And I know it's not a model landfill by any stretch. They have many of their own issues.
Yes, sir.
But he pretty much explained it that machine was paying for itself. And how the compaction rate they was getting, how much less they had to move the material. Is that something that we've looked into at all?
We have. So Horry County has one now. Lexington County has looked at getting one. The numbers from Horry County are more realistic than Pickens County's waste. If you go back and look at their numbers that they reported to DES last year going into the landfill. They only landfilled 4,000 ton in their landfill because they have very little space. They're shredding it and having to load it into tractor trailers to take to Greenville County's landfill. So they also went out and bought a compactor as well. Our engineers are the same engineers over there as well, and every time they come, they ask how things go, and I always ask, and he's like, the shredders haven't been running lately, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I ran into a couple a while back. They've got some age on them now. They got 2 or 3 years in, and they are a constant issue with being down. So that's the reason they have two. When one's down, they're trying to keep the other one running. I'm not sure because their waste stream is not as big as ours, since there's a couple other landfills in Pickens County. We haven't ran how much solely if we ran all ours through it. We don't get a lot of metal in ours, and that's where he said he was getting his from. And at one point, they were taking a lot of, they have waste boxes at their centers, and they were bringing back and shredding those. And I knew they were getting a lot of metal in it at their recycle centers. But since we don't have that, and we only let them bring it to the landfill, and we check and inspect our loads coming in. When we see metal, we tell them to put it to the side, or if it's like at least 50% metal, we have them bring it across the road to our scrap metal yard anyway. So, and we've got areas out there that we'll push metal aside, pick it up, and then bring it to our side. So I'm not sure how well that would be for us on that portion paying for itself, because he's counting on the metal where we're trying to pull metal out already from that standpoint. So, I mean, we can do a bigger, deeper dive into it, and see how that would work. The only issue is once you do get it, you still got to compact the waste. So I don't know how much that are you just paying twice as much to do the same job? So, but Horry County's had theirs now for about 6 months, and I had contacted him October, November area, and he wanted to wait till he had a year's worth of data. He could see everything come in through a whole cycle, and then he's going to put a report together as well. And I think he's actually going to either submit it at the SWANA meeting in May or later in the fall at our recycling conference.
And I know we've talked about this too, and I think there may be some at a few different spots, but brown goods containers, do we have any at any of the convenience
We
stores?
have one. We put the one at the Five Forks. We have only emptied it twice. We finally got it installed last, June. We emptied it in August, September, and then we emptied it again right after Christmas. Each time had about 8 to 9 tons in there. But the only thing we take in there is just wooden furniture. We don't take mattresses or any of that because it'll gum up the machine. It won't let it operate properly. So we fashioned it after how Anderson County uses theirs, because they had went through all the heartaches of trying to put mattresses and a few other items in there. So that's how we've got it listed there. For the most part, we hadn't had any complaints on it. We've had a few people get upset because they were a business doing a clean out and we wouldn't let them put the waste in it because they were a business coming in. But other than that, that's about the only thing we've really had going on with it.
What do you think about setting up a schedule? We'll say 4 times a year, once a year in a certain location, northern, middle, somewhere else, to set up a container and advertise it for the things like mattresses, box springs, stuff like that, at a local convenience center. Say, hey, in July, I'm going to use where I'm at, Mountain Rest, for example. These 2 weeks in July, there's going to be this bin here for people to take that to. Because a lot of people hold on to their stuff, store it, or it ends up getting dumped in a ravine.
Right.
Or it blows off a truck trying to get it all the way to Seneca. I mean, what would be the cost associated with this? We did it, you wouldn't need it necessarily in the Seneca area because people can go to the landfill much easier. But on the more outstretching parts of the county.
We can look into that as far as doing it, making sure we had enough staff so we can man it, because we feel like, depending on where you're at, they could fill quickly, for people who have hoarded them, for over the years.
Cause I got one in my basement's been down there for a couple years, cause I haven't wanted to strap it in and take it.
Okay.
So I know there's a lot of people like that, you know, because it's not convenient. And I think if we did a rotating basis on the outskirt areas, it may reduce road debris, may reduce dumping, if we just give people an outlet to take it to.
Okay, we'll definitely take a look at that and make it do it something like quarterly or move it around quarterly or whatever, for a day or two.
Yeah, and just advertise it when we do it, put it out
Okay.
there. Put a sign up at the convenience center a month ahead of time, word will spread.
Yes, sir.
I got a question. You
Yes.
mentioned mattresses. What do we do to dispose of those?
Those, we actually bring them to the transfer station and we send all those to the R&B landfill in Georgia. They're a maintenance nightmare, in a landfill. They are just like a tire. When you bury it, you can run over it. You could bury that thing 15 foot deep, literally, and it'll work its way all the way back up. And when it does, it's a mess. And then you have what they call flagging. You'll have foam sitting up here, it pops out. And so the more you try to compact it, the more it pushes it back up. So that's the reason we started, it was more cost effective for us to keep them at the Strawberry Farm Recycle Center, bring them in, work them in with our garbage and send them over there and pay to get rid of them because we were getting rode up left and right. Since then, we can keep it pretty even and we don't have those issues. Plus that tend to catch on fire a lot quicker than the other materials.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right else?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. Looking at this general gravel use,
Yes, sir.
is this a line item where we're actually paying the quarry for our gravel? Or are we paying ourselves for our own
We're
gravel?
paying ourselves for our own gravel. I think it's more, what do they call it?
Enterprise fund?
Do I know?
It's an enterprise fund.
It's enterprise fund, so we have to pay them, but it's more of,
It's more for our record keeping than any money changing hands. It has to be tracked on our end.
So do we do the same thing for the road department?
Same thing, there's no money changing hands, but it's tracked in our system.
It's just saying that solid waste is using this amount of assets.
That's exactly right.
But we need to budget that accordingly, cause it shows us cash on the budget. You know?
I was gonna ask that same question, Mr. Mize, so yeah, can we look at that, Sally, some more and see how we're tracking it and everything? Cause yeah,
It shows the revenue in our account, but there's no receipt.
we've had issues with that as well, because we're held to that a little bit, so if we need an extra lot, or something goes wrong, so.
Yeah, and I can see.
agree.
I can see tracking it so you know how much of a county asset you're using. But it's not proper budgeting to show it as a cash item on the budget.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. I don't think it should be. There's a way we can track it somehow.
It's actually like it is revenue to that particular fund. It may not be cash in the sense of going to the bank and depositing cash, but it is like revenue to that fund. And because that's an enterprise fund who works more like a regular business, they have to track their sales and they're selling it to county departments.
Well,
And it's just a matter of a journal entry that makes, their department get on the revenue side and then an expense on the, 10 fund or whatever, the general fund side.
Would it be able to reconcile though with the cash on hand for the enterprise fund? Or would it come?
How far down is it?
In my mind, if it's an expenditure, well, if it's
How far
an
down is it?
expenditure to solid waste.
Fourth item on the bottom.
Because there
Right.
It's $18,000.
bank account for the whole county, the money will go into the 17 fund or the enterprise fund's bank account, but it will come out of the general fund's bank account.
It's just it's not actually going in. Well, it's going out of the general
Going
fund.
to the bank.
It's going out of the general fund account into the enterprise account, but it's not, but the enterprise fund has a different bank account than the general ledger fund.
Slushing money around.
It does not.
It
Okay.
doesn't, it
Okay.
has a different fund number, but it is one single
we need to find a better way to track that, I think, because that's another confusing, I think, accounting issue, you know, so we talked about it, let's figure it out, we'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Other question I got,
Yes, sir.
I know you talked about keeping I'll call it parking area watered down.
Yes, sir.
And that's a big expense, because you gotta have a big water truck, and you gotta have water. And this may not be a popular way, but is there anything legal about using waste oil on those areas? And the reason I say that,
Yes, sir.
I went out to Kansas one time. If you ever been to Kansas, you get off the paved roads, and now you're on gravel roads that are in 1 mile squares. Some people right in front of their house will spray that down with oil, so they don't have no dust. I don't know what the legality of that is, but it would be something that lasts.
We can't do it because it's the landfill. Because if we put oil out there, then, it would take so much, they would consider that an oil spill, then we'd have to report it. Because we can only have so much that could go out in a day's time. The other portion of that is, I don't know how many complaints we would get, somebody getting it on their car, who comes to the landfill in their car. And we get a lot of those, so, we try to use as least amount of water as possible. And one of the reasons we were looking at getting, if you get an articulating truck, we could back it up to the Speeds Creek down below and fill it from the creek versus using our city water, supply for that as well. So we've looked at, the truck we've got now has no capabilities of filling from a creek. So we got ideas to cut costs on there, but, and plus getting the oil, we actually use most of the motor oil that we collect at the recycle centers. We have, so our material, our MRF, our building where we bale all our material, we have an oil heater in there that heats our whole building. So we collect that, bring it back, and use most of that during the winter seasons.
I got a question now. You've added, you said water. We get a water bill from Seneca?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's under that, our water line item there for it.
You need to start charging them for trash trucks coming in.
That's something to consider, so, that portion of it, so,
You also mentioned DOT was gonna start bringing in brush.
yes, sir.
Do we get any reimbursement back for doing that, or could we cut a deal with them where we get asphalt millings, where they could bring it in and you could spread that on that area where you water?
Well, for the brush that they're bringing in, typically the only way we would get anything back if it was like a FEMA declared, disaster and when we're all under one umbrella. So typically they're just bringing us the brush, we grind it, but they only bring us the part that they can't push back into, off the right of way. So, it's still a good bit, but not as much as it could be. They don't bring everything to us. So we're estimating probably 400 or 500 ton of debris coming from them. I was speaking with Kyle yesterday, cause he's wanting to get started as well from some of the areas he's got as well. So we've never discussed with them on that portion of it, cause they're still hauling it and we're just grinding it and disposing of it, so. And there's no money changing hands either way on that part.
Be nice if they bring a few loads of that asphalt millings
That'd be great. We could use it.
and spread it.
We
And
do.
and it's not that dusty.
No. And we've used a good bit of any kind of millings that we can get. When they did part of Wells Highway, those areas, King Asphalt brought it all. We didn't charge them. We stockpiled it, but we've ran out of everything they've brought us.
Okay, good.
Talking about disaster relief and the storm stuff that's gonna be coming in, when we calculate to get FEMA reimbursement, do we calculate usage of equipment, like hours usage of equipment that go into that cleanup?
Only if it is, the way we've been explained to is if it's after our normal working hours. So if they're just bringing it and we're grinding it during our normal business hours, I don't think we can actually count that as, we report those numbers, what we were grinding, but I don't think it's calculated the same way, as if it was a storm and we're shut down and having to have people come in and work on.
That would be something to look at, because if the grinder's running in normal business hours, but it may not be running them days that we wasn't doing the storm cleanup, it'd be worth investigating to see if we can capture those hours of equipment use for reimbursement.
And we track it too, as if it comes in as storm debris, we make sure it comes from which storm, and we track it under that storm. We have allocations for every storm that we've had over the last probably 10 years now, so.
A couple
Yes, sir.
things, Mr. Still, yes, sir. On the two landfill equipment operators, those FTEs, are we looking at shifting some of the part-time, or do we need to keep those part-time?
We would still need to keep the part-timers, yes, sir, because we're working, the part-timers, most of those are the ones who back up the trucks. We do have, they are allowed to get on equipment. We have some that push the brush up and monitor it, but there's at least one or two, based on their hours, they're only working like 20, 25 hours a week. So we're open 54 hours a week at the landfill. So there are days we have to have at least two on hand, running back and forth, checking vehicles. So that's what we use them mainly for.
Okay. And then secondly, I just want to thank you for putting all these details together and the planning. Of course, we're not gonna get up, but that's what I told you to do, bring those requests
Yes, sir.
and long-term plan. And you did a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And your department is especially important for the county as a whole, and yours is probably the biggest single part of it, is we need to develop long-range capital needs, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and then have that set and then reevaluate it as in each year. Did we get what we needed to this year? Did things shift? So that we have the big picture of every year, kind of not just randomness, so we can say, hey, we expect, when we get the next compactor, we expect this one to last X amount of time, this one is gonna be replaced, loaders, whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
To have a detailed, at least 5 years, and you know that 5th year is probably less solid than the 3 year, but by the time that 5th year gets out and it's 3 years, you should be pretty solid on where you're gonna land.
And we are, there's one other thing, I think about a year ago, you asked about a long, 25-year plan type idea.
And that's for the landfill too.
For
You gotta go
landfill.
way
So
out.
we actually had to start putting one together for DES to update our long one. So we've actually had our engineering firm putting that portion, because it has to come from them, it has to come from a third party for DES. And so we've actually asked them to look at equipment, a spreadsheet for for those items, also for other infrastructure like our recycle centers, because we know we've outgrown several of those, and looking for areas that we potentially can expand into, make them a little bit better, have more area so we could actually put more compactors in, more brown goods compactors in. We're out of space at those centers. I mean, we can come in there for a week and put a container out and man it kind of, but nothing long-term that we can keep there. So, I mean, they were designed 30 years ago when there was 45,000 people in Oconee County. Now we're almost double that, and
The one there at Ebenezer, it's getting stretched and.
very much so.
And also solid waste, the solid waste employees is the county employees that the public interacts with the most.
We see everybody every week. That's the way we look at it.
Up on the mountain, on the convenience center, like, we've had great convenience center clerks. I mean, we've had a run of great ones. They become like part of our community.
Yes, sir.
And I think we had the whole community week when Bird retired.
Right.
Right, so, but y'all, solid waste is the face of Oconee County, right? Whether they're going to the landfill, whether they're going to the convenience center, and I believe there's aspects of that that's great at customer service. Like I said, up Mountain Rest, they're outstanding. But we can just make sure that's replicated, across the board, because that's the first thing and the number one interaction that most of the public has. Either taking the trash off, Mountain Rest is almost a social hub, right? Or when you gotta come down and pay your taxes, that's kind of the negative side of it, right? But they don't have to see those folks once a year. But they see the solid waste people, every week. And Bird used to get on to me because I work shift work, so sometimes it'd be 2 weeks and I have a big old pile. He's, giving me a hard time the whole time, but Yeah. So you guys are kind of like the front line of the engagement for the county.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
I was gonna say, we can build, recommendations on customer service, you know, into our continuity planning and as we're doing that too. So.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Buchanan coming next.
It's not PowerPoint, it's just some pictures that, is there a clicker I could click through?
It won't let you click through them
Oh,
on
you'll have to
PowerPoint, but you just give me
ask you when to go.
a wave
Yeah.
or something.
Okay, will do.
So you don't come and tell how much money you want, you come and say how much money you're gonna make, right?
I tell you, we're gonna impress you this year. We're actually, to kind of start there, you know, we said this year we were gonna bring in $10 million gross. And we're on pace right now for about 10.5. Now, that's not going to be where we end up. And the reason for that is we'll get into is our move and things like that. We're gonna lose a couple of weeks. So we're doing well. I'm actually pretty excited about all the things we have going on. In fact, I lose sleep at night, but not because I'm worried about anything at the quarry, because I'm excited about things at the quarry. So I'd like to kind of start with some of the projects that we have going on, and that way, that way you guys have some context for the things I'm asking for. You have printed pictures in the back. She also has a flash drive. We'll get those put up on your screen, and you can pretty much just start at the front on those pictures. So the first and biggest, there's an overview of the quarry. Do you guys have those on your screens? Does that show up on your screen? Okay. So that's an overview of the quarry. That's a drone shot from today. So all the pictures you're gonna see are current today. We have more irons in the fire now probably since 1975 when we went to a 3-stage crushing plant. We're pretty excited about things we have going on. If you'll go to the next one. So that picture kind of shows, the next several pictures show the new area that we're moving to. So you guys approved the dump box for us. The dump box is installed. Everybody keeps asking when we're moving, and I have held us up. And there's a reason that I've held us up, a couple of reasons actually. So when we move, we're gonna lose about 2 weeks. And there'll be nothing we can do about that. It'll take that time for Blue Ridge to get their stuff set up. It's gonna take that time to get our water set up. And most importantly, the most important reason that I have held us up is we've been given a verbal okay from DES, but I'd be a lot more comfortable when I have that in front of me, a sheet of paper that says we're approved for reclamation phase 3, because the plant move comes in phase 3. So I would feel much better about that as we go. If you'll cycle through the pictures of there's a new structure. So we've had to buy a mobile plant because of the structure of the ore property. When we were forced to buy 5 acres at a time, we knew that if we bought a stationary plant at that time, we would eventually have a stationary plant on top of rock we needed to crush. Just like the old plant, the old Telsmith plant that we got rid of, it's off-site now, it's gone, it's sold. We knew that we'd been in a situation again where the plant's sitting on $30 million worth of rock that we need to crush, and it couldn't move. Well, the new plant area, everything we're doing now from this point forward is permanent. And the reason it's permanent is because it'd be the west side, kind of the Westminster side direction of the quarry. There's a floodplain on the other side. So we know that terminates that side of the quarry. So since that's up against the floodplain, this wall that you see here and the dump box that we put in, that's permanent. That's a permanent crushing location. So when we do go to buy new equipment, we can decide if, okay, we can stay mobile, we can put a stationary in there, whatever we want to do. But that's permanent. And all the projects that I'm talking about are permanent because we're on a terminated side of the quarry. So we have new detention and retention ponds going in. If you want to, keep going a little bit. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to backtrack a little. That's an artist rendering. That is not, that doesn't exist, those machines there. But our guy is pretty talented with Photoshop. And he Photoshopped our machines in to kind of show, if you'll go to the next slide, please, the locations of where everything's going to be. So we are working on a couple of things. Number one, we want all the products to come off one side of the plant. So we're working on that. We're moving some conveyors, doing some things like that. It's going to be a lot easier for our customers to know where to go. And we're going to talk about some customer projects coming up. But that's gonna be a little bit more clear because the quarry can be a very intimidating place. It's actually why we made a residential yard so we wouldn't have residents in there with small vehicles. But we're gonna have everything coming off one side, and you can go ahead and go to the next. This is if you'll scroll through, sorry about that. That's a new area that we're putting in there. That's very close to that. Believe it or not, that fresh grade happened this week. So we are also moving. Right now, the county stockpiles are all the way across the quarry. So they're literally 40 acres away. We are moving the county stockpiles over right beside the new area. That's something that's in progress right now. I'll kind of go down the list with the projects. We have new detention and retention ponds going in. You see those at the bottom of that screen. That's perfect. All that fresh area. Those are not, we are putting an overflow structure in. The guys are actually out there doing that right now today, putting in some overflow structures. There are two ponds there. They're kind of hard to see from that angle, but there's a detention pond and a retention pond. The detention pond is where the pit dewatering goes. When it rains, we have to pump out of the pit, otherwise we'd have a lake and not a pit. So it goes into the one pond. The pond right beside it is a processed water pond, and it is for any runoff from the plant. And also when we clean off the plant, you clean it by running a fire truck. We actually get the recycled fire trucks. When the fire department's done, they give us a truck. That's what we clean our machines with and clean our pads. So that gets dredged out. So there's two ponds down there. So our current projects, we've got the plant going in its new location, new detention and retention ponds. We're working on new infrastructure and restructuring of the water system. We are having to put in new pumps for these new ponds that are going in. We've got site work going on for a new dry storage area. We are upgrading our dust suppression system. MSHA has a new mandate in April that's coming out that basically cuts the amount of particulate emissions that we're allowed in half. So we're having to get new pumps. You guys are actually going to see within the next couple of council meetings some pumps that are already approved in this year's budget. And then this year we also intend to have an RFP for a new shop. Now we're having a new shop because one of next year's projects is we have to tear down the old shop. It was built in 1975, so it's in rough shape anyway, but it's in the way of the new pit, of the ore property where we're going. We've got to blast a new sump in the middle. So the reason we're not changing the sump in the bottom just yet is because we have 11 more months worth of blasts on the northeast side until that side is terminated permanently. So in 11 months, we're going to restructure the water coming from the bottom of the pit up. We're working right now with the water once it's already up on top of the pit. So we're going to be rerouting those after the 11 months of blasting is complete. It'll actually be about 13 because once the 11 months is blasted, it takes about 3 to 4 months to process that. We got to demolish the old shop. The RFP for the new shop, which is $925,000 already approved in the budget, I'm working with Tronda, we're gonna try to get that RFP out maybe in the April timeframe. We're gonna need to carry that $925,000 over into the new budget, because even though we start, obviously, we won't be having paid for that shop at that point. We're gonna go ahead and start some site work for an access road on what will eventually be a new entrance over on the Orr property, parcel 7 and 10. We're gonna have some site work started there. And we're gonna go ahead and start work on bays for future sales yards. And then, of course, we'll be working on completing the land purchase, I hope. We have to purchase land. We have 12 more years worth of stone. So we really need to buy land. I spoke with Mr. Jones about that on Tuesday for the first time. So we'll be working toward that. There's a few things that we want to do. We want to be a good neighbor to Miss Orr, so we're not going to do anything in her line of sight. But we are going to be working on the back sides of those parcels to go ahead and prepare for the day, which I believe is going to be in 5 to 6 years, the day when we are moving the entrance over to the Rock Crusher side, the Rock Crusher Road side, kind of in the bottom down there off parcel 10. So again, I also see a couple other things going at that point. My goal is I really want to improve the experience that our customers have. And one of the ways I want to do that is to create actual sales yards, where you're coming to a sales yard that's relatively close to the scale house. You're not driving all over the place to get to the stone and get back out. I want us to haul to our sales yard. We already have the staff and equipment in place. I want us to haul to a sales yard, customer pickup from the sales yard, in and out quickly. We did that for the residential customers. They love it. It's fantastic. I want to do the same thing for everybody. I want a customer to be able to come in, turn around, get the rock, go out. They see what's there. They don't wonder what's going on or where to go, especially for the new folks. So we kind of have a vision for that. As far as long range plans go, and you guys were mentioning equipment, I think you mentioned an equipment, 5-year equipment replacement. We have that if you guys ever want to see it.
I'd like to see it, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I can send it to you.
And we need to be moving forward with the land acquisition.
Absolutely.
Because if we don't, then this revenue source is gone.
Exactly.
It falls on the taxpayers.
Right.
It's an enterprise fund, so it pays for its own expansion. When I ask for taxpayer money for it. We've talked about for the land expansion versus using all of your reserves, using debt to finance that.
Sure.
The enterprise fund would pay for its own debt back.
Sure. Absolutely.
But I think we need to be moving forward. And if we know that we have a fit site now, we probably should be looking at another crusher that's stable, that's more reliable, that more robust, that can handle what it is. And we've also talked about, and I may get ahead of you, I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
No,
I'll let you
no
finish.
worries.
I'll get things on my mind, so you go ahead.
So, you kind of touched on one of the things that Mr. Jones and I spoke about on Tuesday, the fact that if part of this budget shortfall issue, if part of that can be solved by taking the quarry's fund balance, so be it. Just know that we would need a bond at that point to purchase the land. Our equipment needs this year are a little oversized, just for the simple fact that we need a new piece of pit equipment, and you're looking 1.6 to 1.8 on those, 1.6 million, 1.8 million. That's more than what we spend in a year, normally. So we have kind of some outsized equipment needs this year, and then the equipment needs going forward are going to be far smaller. In fact, next year, the main piece of equipment that I see needing, we need to start turning our fleet of trucks. So we've done rebuilds on trucks. We still have one more rebuild we can do on one of the trucks. I'd hesitate to rebuild them twice, just because of the structural, what those things have to deal with out in the quarry. So we're gonna have to start turning our fleet of trucks next year. So we're looking at maybe between 800,000 and 1.1 million next year. But this year, we really need just over $2 million worth of equipment. But again, like Mr. Jones and I talked about, if the quarry's fund balance is the solution, so be it.
I think you gotta
Just-
keep a healthy fund balance in, because it keeps it's gotta be by law self-sustaining, right? But I don't think, even with that fund balance, we can expand to keep the revenue going without bonding it.
Yep.
And if anybody's listening, it's not bonding with taxpayer payment, it's bonding with enterprise fund and rock sales paying it. But, I mean, most businesses, they don't deplete all their cash, they leverage them, they use leverage so they can expand. I think we need to do all that sooner than later, so we can have a plan and we know that the next generation will have this resource for them.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the land purchase that we're talking about is gonna be at minimum 50-year of reserve. So that would give us 62 years. But the thing is that we have more core drilling to do. It's in all likelihood gonna be more than that. That's very conservative, saying that it's gonna give us 50 more years. And that's at current production levels. Now, we go buy another crusher, we go add equipment, you know, we could obviously change that by making more. But we're in a good spot now to where we make between 600 and 750,000 tons of rock per year for sale. We are, and we'll get into the brass tacks of the budget part in just a few minutes. You know, we said that we would take in 10 million this year. If not for the move, we'd be at 10.5. I have a very conservative revenue number in your paperwork at 10.8. And that's conservative. I suspect with any luck whatsoever, we're gonna be over 11 million. And again, that also includes a price increase that I have proposed.
Good. And what have you seen, you know, we raised the price, especially out of county. What have you seen in the sales with the price increase? Has it curved it any?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we saw basically a 10%, it's actually closer to, it's in between 10 and 15. I wish I had that exact number for you, but it is between 10 and 15% reduction in sales, tonnage sales, but the same revenue.
So I think another price adjustment, because then you're selling less rock, depleting your resource slower, but making the same revenue.
Exactly. And again, I know that we'll talk about it in a few minutes, but we've proposed another price increase in this. Not a huge price increase, but one that just makes sense.
Well, and I like for you to consider, I think we're gonna have to do a budget amendment just for some of this insurance stuff. Look at maybe doing mid this budget year in that amendment, adjusting some of those prices.
Yes, sir, will do. I'd like to talk about some other long-range plans, if we can spend as little or as much time as you guys want to talk about them. Again, we talked about the new entrance. I also have in here in the rental, which we'll talk about, I would like to, I'm basically asking for $40,000 to rent a riprap plant for a month. And you guys are welcome to deny that if you'd like. But the reason I'm asking for $40,000 to rent a riprap plant for a month is that of course, we're surrounded by lakes and creeks and rivers and you name it. We have never produced enough riprap to supply demand. We don't know what demand is. Every time we go to make Class A riprap, we have a list of folks that have called in and say, call me when you start making it. And we do that. Now, something we've done just 2 weeks ago, we have standardized when we make our riprap products. So I just have put a measure in place to where on Mondays and Tuesdays, we make Class A. On Wednesdays, we make B, C, and D. On Thursdays, by appointment, we load flat boulders or any boulders. And Fridays, I'm keeping Friday open because the boulder, so it's been a huge success so far. And I suspect that on Fridays, we'll add appointments for boulders. But we're either gonna do that or more A. So I might keep the Fridays flexible. So we just put that into place in the last 2 weeks. So all of our customers know when we're gonna have the products. Now, we have never been able to supply enough. I would like to, rather than go buy something on what I believe is true, I'd rather you guys allow me to spend $40,000 on rental crushing equipment for a month and prove it. And then once I prove it, I'd like to come ask for the funds to purchase. You know, we don't want to spend $3 million because I think something's correct. But that's something that's in the budget too.
I just had somebody complain to me recently about not having riprap.
Exactly. And the way we make it, it's silly, the way we make it. Making riprap in a manual way is, just doesn't make any sense. So to make riprap right now, we have a grizzly on the side of an excavator, and we swing that excavator into the feed of the jaw, and it scalps off the riprap. That's great and all, but every piece of riprap you're taking here, you're losing 57s in the back. And that's just not the way to do it. The B, C, and D are all made by hand with a hydraulic hammer, with a very skilled operator, but we're still making it manually. There are machines that you feed, and they make it for you. And they're a consistent size, they're a perfect size. This operator and this operator could have slight differences in what they make. So consistency of availability, on-time delivery is huge for us. We're working on our KPIs as far as on-time delivery, uptime, those sorts of things. I come from a manufacturing background, so I'm approaching the quarry in a manufacturing type way. And we can talk about efficiency numbers. It may not be relevant to what we're talking about with the budget here, but we can get into that anytime anybody wants to. Again, riprap plant is a potential future purchase. Alterations to the surrounding land, as we've discussed previously. And then new product offerings. I'm open to discussion about that. I have ideas of things that I would love to see, but they would require labor, they would require infrastructure, they would require machines. It hurts my heart to go to Lowe's and Home Depot and see bags of old Castle sand out there when we could be supplying that. Or when we have Helene and when our emergency services has to go buy sandbags. We got all the sand in the world. Why are we not bagging these things? Why are we not doing these things ourselves? But that requires, again, money, effort, that's not something that's gonna just start overnight, but that's something that I'd love to see at some point.
We're beginning to open some more revenue streams.
Exactly.
Unlike the
Well-
rest of the county government, you're talking about spending money to make money,
Exactly. In fact, it would be a way, our cheapest product, now our cheapest product is overburden. Overburden is a byproduct, it's trash. But our manufactured sand is actually our cheapest product. It's our cheapest product because we make it in such huge supply, we need to get rid of it. If we were bagging it, it would be a way to increase the value per ton, because obviously the bags would be a little more expensive. You come pick them up in a Buick and not a dump truck. So it would be a way for us to increase our value per ton on some of our products that don't have a huge profit margin.
So I got a question before you go back to the renting the crusher for a week.
Yes.
I've asked questions in the past when we've had issues with the plant about getting a second plant and having a backup of two plants. I was told that DHEC wouldn't license us to operate more than one plant.
They will not allow you to run more than one primary. So we can buy another plant, but DHEC, DS, would, in all likelihood, limit us to 25 hours a week of runtime.
So when you bring in the rental, you'd have to lay off some on the plant we currently have for that month to be compliant with DHEC?
No. I intend to apply for a modification. Like, if you approve this, I don't intend to do this until about a year from now, and that's gonna give me several months, A, to finish some of these projects, but B, along about Christmas time, to go ahead and have a minor modification, that I'll work with our engineering team, have a minor modification to allow us to do this. We have a riprap plant on site that is from 1990. It's literally junk. I mean, it literally won't run. It's in pieces. So we are still technically permitted to run that. And I'm going to request that our engineers submit that as a substantially similar process and allow us to do this.
Yeah. And then, if we end up go with a fixed plant, we can keep the mobile plant as a backup.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, we're gonna be in such a huge area that I'll be honest with you, I don't ever see us not having a mobile plant. We'll probably run a stationary in the now permanent area that we bought, the Orr property. But we're also if we buy, the land that we've been talking about, we'll have the mobile growing on the back nine over there somewhere, But again, you can't run two primaries at a time. So I feel very confident that we're going to be limited to 25 hours a week. Also, there are limitations for particulate emissions, and it depends on how close you are to the border, how much you're allowed to leave. We're allowed to have 10 billable tons of particulate emissions leave. So the closer your crushing plants are to the edges of your property, the less you're allowed to crush. We're allowed to crush 1.5, we're permitted for 1.5 million tons production per year. We have tons of room. Literally, we've got plenty of room inside that permit. Again, we're selling half of that.
The, Wednesdays being locals only, how has that worked out for plant operations?
It's been fantastic. It's been good. Our in-county customers know that they're gonna get the rock, which they are anyway. Our on-time delivery has improved dramatically over the last 6 months. I doubt you guys have been getting very many phone calls about the rock quarry. Our on-time delivery has improved tenfold. The Wednesdays, we're still selling the same amount. It's just the inside guys I think sometimes maybe the in-county people wait till Wednesday to come, which is fine. It's great. It's going fine. The worst thing that's happened is that we've irritated some out-of-county folks, and it's neither here nor there.
No.
We do everything we can to communicate with them. We've called all of our customers. Just so y'all know, in the past 12 years, I was telling Mr. Jones Tuesday, the past 12 years, we've gone from basically 300 customers to nearly 1,200 now. So we do our best to call. We've got the text line. We send out texts. We hang signs, or whatever. But having said all that, I still send people away if they come in on Wednesday. It is what it is. Yeah. Can't run a place like that and not make some people mad occasionally. So it is what it is.
Well, and it's a county resource, and a lot of people, to tell you that a stone was too cheap, when we had the price increase for out of county, the people that got the angriest, I've tracked where they lived, they came out, there was 5 of them in the Liberty area that had to drive past Vulcan to buy our stone to take it back over there.
Absolutely.
So
we've gone from supporting, and this is very informal, but we've gone from supporting 13 that we know of, 13 sales yards where their main source of revenue is buying rock from us and reselling it. We've gone from 13 to 8 as far as we can tell.
And reselling is fine, that's a revenue stream too, but when people can buy your rock and haul it several counties away, it's just like anything else in business. If you can't keep up with the demand of your product's too cheap.
Sure.
So I think that's working out good, and I'm glad to hear that it did.
It's working.
Economic theory says that it would, but it's like you said with trying the rip route. Once you see it in action, it puts it together.
I would like to, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure that I've got my labor ready to go with the riprap. Sorry, didn't mean to jump ship. With the riprap and that sort of thing, I'm gonna make sure I've got my location ready. I'm gonna make sure I got my pile ready where we hit the 1 month, to do the 1 month rental, if that's approved, where I'm gonna hit the ground running and I'm gonna know what it's actually gonna be like, cause I suspect we're gonna make it and we're either gonna know that, okay, we're gonna know where our demand is, cause right now we have no idea what our demand is. It's just every time we make it, we call folks, hey, we're making it, and they come.
And just in one-on-one meetings with me and Mr. Jones, you talk about the fund balance. I looked at the profit of the fund, of the enterprise fund, of the rock crusher. And I think this year we need to be aggressive in capturing that profit. And hopefully you still profit more and you can put it back in your fund. If not, maybe it goes into a little bit. I do think we need to preserve that fund for equipment issues. I think the property expansion has to be bonded, because we're talking tens of millions of dollars. But if we can squeeze out, just like a bitch say you come from manufacturing, we can squeeze out. Right now, we're to the point, if you get more productivity, you're depleting that revenue stream faster. But if we get the land acquisition, then we need to be focused on really increasing the productivity, increasing the margin. And I feel like we're just tapping the battery, the potential of that plan. I mean, I think it can provide so much more benefit.
Absolutely. And if you guys ever, like I say, we'll talk about this later. It's not a time for now, but you wanna give me $2 to $3 million for a bagging operation? I'll put together a whole little manufacturing plant right there on site. Staff it and bag it and the whole deal. So, it's up to you guys though, no worries. Anyway, sorry. So as far as the actual budget goes, we're gonna spend, we need an increase in overtime this year. We haven't had to strip land in a long time. We've got 6 acres that we need to strip. Also, the entire backside of the Orr property is it's not unprotected, but it's not the way it should be. There's barbed wire, there's cameras, there's some things up, but we need to go with a proper fence to protect the county's resource. And, I don't really wanna necessarily pay a company. That's a lot of fence, and that's gonna be a big PO if we do that. I was gonna have my guys do that on, buy the equipment, buy the fence itself and have my guys do that on some OT2. We can do most of our own labor. We hire out as little as possible at the quarry and would like to continue that, but some of these extras are gonna be on Saturdays, and, that gets expensive. So I'm asking for an increase.
Is your guys okay with that, or is they gonna burn them out to where they go looking elsewhere?
For the most part, our guys like the money when we can get it for them, you know what I mean? Now, if I see that we are about to bite off more than we can chew, I'll come back and say I was wrong. But, yeah, for the most part, I think we're gonna be okay. Yeah. If you wanna go line by line, we can. Our maintenance to equipment, we expect to have the same as this year. Our professional, we're slightly reducing because there's less, engineering work that has to be done on the Orr property. It's purchased now, so there's no more, surveying and things like that. Equipment rental, we talked about, I'd like to increase it significantly, just to do a proof of value study on the riprap. Blasting's gonna be about the same, the telecom, same. The data processing, the scale and maintenance cost on 56, that was, there was a typo last year that was never corrected, so that's.
Where at now?
On 719, 30056. That data processing of $1,100 is not correct. That should have been $12,000. I don't know why that happened or how that happened.
What is your actuals? Do you have any idea for this year, about 12,000?
It's gonna be about the same, and it's always about the same, because that is that are the contracts for our scale software, it's the contracts for our maintenance software, and I'm asking for a very slight increase, I said 12,000, it's 9,000 this year. I'm asking for a very slight increase on that, because, another thing that I'd like to put in place is doing away with the paper daily check sheets. So our guys come in, they do their maintenance inspections, they write it on a paper, it goes to the box. It goes from the box to the crew leader, from the crew leader to the mechanic, and there's a lot of hands there. When there are software systems where they can punch it in on their phone, click it, take a picture of whatever's wrong, and it goes straight to the maintenance guy. And then we can crew leader and maintenance guy, so we can prioritize, our repairs and things. And, doing things by paper, we need to do as little of that as possible.
So my work, we switched to iPads and digital procedures. And I don't know the age of your workforce, but it was not an easy transition.
Sure.
So
Right.
you gotta weigh that into account. 'Cause it's
Absolutely.
change like that and going digital is not smooth sometimes.
I agree with you, I get that.
I like the way you're thinking, though.
Right. I would like to go straight to the source as much as we can. Let's see, The Xerox is gonna be the same. The insurance is set by finance. I don't know what we pay for insurance. It just gets put in here. Staff development, we're reducing because now all of the production management, which is myself and my two assistants, they, have all been through Quarry Academy now. They all went this year, so that's gonna come down. Special departmental, the same. Maintenance of buildings and grounds needs a significant raise just due to the fencing project. Also, when I do the bay, when I talk about improving the customer experience, I want to see on the new sales yards, both of them, bays where we load off concrete. Because if you come in and get clean stone because you're doing a French drain, or you're doing a basement, or you're doing whatever, you want water to be able to go through it. You don't want the loader to have gotten 1 inch too low, gotten to the sand, and then all of a sudden he's stopping up your project. So I want concrete bays for these sales yards, and that's pretty expensive. Gas and fuel's gonna be the same. I assume electricity's gonna be the same. Again, that's set by finance. With safety, it's gonna be the same, except we host a lot of field trips, usually about 2,000 kids per year come through the quarry, and I'd like to get high-vis vest, small ones, for the kids that come through. I think we do a pretty good job keeping everybody safe, but it wouldn't hurt to have a little brighter eyes on those folks. Small cap and operational both. We've got the new shop that we're gonna have to put infrastructure in, and things that come out of those line items are things like grease lines and hose reels and trash cans and you name it. So we got a new shop. That's those next two items, small cap and operational. Food, I'd like to go up just a tiny bit, just because it's more expensive now, just inflation, I guess. IT equipment, we want to add one more tablet. We've hired a fantastic mechanic at our crushing plant, and I would love to get those electrical schematics instead of being in the office at the plant with him. So I'd like to have a new tablet or iPad or whatever. Clothing, there's a slight increase in clothing. That's kind of a fixed cost, but we have not bought, but we are through the contract with the clothing company. Arc flash protective clothing and fire protective clothing for the mechanics. And that's more expensive, so we need to go up just to account for that. But again, that's under the contract that's already in place. Capital equipment, we talked about a little bit. It's outsized this year because we need a new shovel. We need a new piece of pit equipment, and we want to go with a shovel. A shovel's, I don't know if you guys are familiar, it's just an excavator that faces forward. We can do that. Right now, we run an excavator, and we pick this way. And every so often, we have to have a loader come down and push up his pile. And so that the trucks are not tearing tires up backing over it. With a shovel, as you push forward, you do the floor as you go. Not to mention they have a higher capacity bucket, and I want to cut one pass off each truck. If I can cut one pass off each truck by going with a larger bucket, then the efficiency improvements are going to be in the range of 20 to 35%. So again, just getting more trucks up the hill is the goal. We need to excavate, by the way, to be successful, 4,000 tons a day. That's our goal. If we hit 4,000 tons a day, then our maintenance days don't hurt us. Also in capital equipment, a new stacking conveyor, a new compact wheel loader, and then $18,000 for an inside warehouse forklift. The new compact wheel loader, I'd like to purchase that for the sales yard. So on the res yard, our backhoe is very, very, very versatile. And it winds up needing to be used for different things. Instead of having these huge buckets, we need to dig a little line, we go dig it with a backhoe. Or when another residential customer is getting loaded with boulders in a small vehicle, small trailer, we load them with a backhoe, smaller bucket, just for safety, that kind of thing. Well, the end result is, when we're down loading boulders, and that takes 25 minutes, somebody's up top sitting there waiting, wanting their rock, wanting to leave. Trying to get 3 loads a day, and all of a sudden they can only get 2 because we've held them up. I want to get, and I also feel like every man in this county has gone and bought himself a dump trailer. It feels like it anyway. So,
I haven't, but I want one.
so I want to buy a compact wheel loader that basically has twice the capacity in the bucket of what we've got so that we can load dump trailers in 2 passes. Again, it's all about efficiency. Everything I'm talking about is about efficiency. Let's see. Now, as far as equipment replacement, we've got 3 pieces of equipment, very small pieces of equipment, but 3 pieces that are at the very end of their life. And that's gonna be our skid steer, our man lift, and our telehandler. Now, could we get away with not buying new there? Yeah, but if we did that, they're at the very end of their life, there's more downtime than uptime with them. If we knock that out, I need that rental increased even more, because I need to be able to call Blanchard and Seneca or Bennett or whoever and get one on site that day, because when you need a man lift, you need a man lift that right away. And these things are, again, down as much as they're up. And it's mostly, it's not one thing you can put your hand on. It's just that they're at the end of their life, and the fuel pump will be out one day and the water pump the next, and this, that, and the other. So I've got those 3 pieces that are just a thorn in our side. They're small dollar pieces, but I'd like to keep those in the budget. If not, I need that rental upped. Capital building is 0, but we do have that $925,000 that we're gonna have to carry over. Capital land is 0, the ore purchase is complete. I suspect, I want to do all the equipment I can do this year, and then have a very small equipment ask next year with the idea that we're probably gonna have a land bond payment. So if I get all this equipment this year, I don't have to try to worry about both next year. I can worry about the 1 truck and the land. But again, whatever you guys think. Capital equipment, we got 1 piece we want to replace. I'm gonna replace that with something from the state surplus. They usually have pretty decent low model, or low mile late model trucks for 25 or so. I've put in $25,000 to replace 1 on-road vehicle. Diesel should be about the same, and vehicle maintenance is just a very slight year-over-year increase just due to parts cost.
I got a question. Looking at this fiscal year, it has total revenue just over 10 million. Total operational expenditures, 6.4 to 6.5 million, depending on overtime. But the net operating income is only listed at 1.2 million. Where if you take the delta between the budgeted revenue and the expenditures, that's actually 3.6 million, which looks like it's in line with the previous years. I wonder if this is a typo or miscalculation when we set this budget. And that's the difference once you take out the transfers to general fund, land acquisition fund, all that stuff, about 1.2 million. And Mr. Jones, that may be something to look at if these numbers are true, and I believe this account may be one of the ones that's been reconciled. If that's true, we should look at taking that $1 million in revenue and transferring that to a general fund. Because it looks like it's budgeted revenue, but the line item didn't carry over and show them true. Because we're only showing them 1.2 million in net operating income. But based on the numbers for this fiscal year, I'm sorry to go back, I don't want to say it. It looks like it's a 1.2 million delta.
Yeah,
And that may be a revenue stream we can capture.
Okay, all right. Sally, you got a note on that? Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
Well, I've enjoyed your presentation. It's fun to talk about making money.
Absolutely.
Versus spending money.
Oh, I'm gonna make you money.
You know?
It's gonna happen. We at the Rock Quarry are proud of what we do for this county, and we're gonna do everything we can do to help people every day, whatever it is. Whether it's somebody needing rock, somebody running a business needing to sell the rock, or a teacher that don't have any budget for a field trip that needs to come out and learn about geology and careers. We're gonna help everybody we can help.
What courses y'all have?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. One thing, when we get done with that quarry, that picture you showed us of the big one, are we gonna make it a lake, or we're gonna use that as the next landfill and then remediate the land?
County park.
If it goes 50 years, that'll be OPP.
We
won't see it.
That's true, but we are already designated, that's the only two things you do is landfill or lake in South Carolina. We're designated with with DES right now to be a lake.
Well, I asked the question, but I'm not gonna be around to see that.
If you guys wanted to know what I had on the prices, I had, basically on the in-county customers, a $1 price increase on most of our, heavily used items. I had no price increase at all on screenings and overburden, because we need to keep encouraging those leaving us. Otherwise, we'll have a mess. We'll have sand everywhere if we don't get it out, so I don't have an increase on that. On the larger products, I have larger increases, $2 on the rip wraps and things like that. And of course, it's, a little more than that for the out-of-county, but, just have a look at that, whatever you think.
So where the road department used the quarry dust for the ice storm, it was outstanding. I go to work and hit county roads to get to Highway 28, because they absolutely just coated it, and like it doesn't slide. And it's better than the material the state puts down. Is that something we could maybe reach out to state, see if that's a product they're interested in? Because it was much more effective than what the state DOT put out.
We're on the QPL with the state, so we're on the QPL they can't use, of course, they can use our rock and NEC fund. We can use our rock and NEC fund. But we are approved with the state with our crusher run and our slope protection. They could absolutely use that. They don't use our 789s or our 57s because they're screened instead of washed. And of course, if it bonds to the silica instead of the rock, it's gonna rut. So, again, no reason why they couldn't.
Yeah, because it was a much better in the ice storm material out than the sand, like it coated, it made it look like a gravel road that Cal and them put it out so good.
Right.
Yeah.
I will say that, I had the opportunity to go with a homeschool group, earlier this year to do one of their, field trips out there, and they do a great job.
Thanks, sir.
With those.
Thanks, sir.
Good presentations, kids love it. Just a real good program.
Well, that special departmental in there, the reason we ask for that is because we know that teachers are given, as long as they can get a bus to us, we're gonna handle everything else.
Thank you, sir.
I think I only had a couple things, Mr. Buchanan, and I want to say you're doing an incredible job out there. We appreciate it. And that was very insightful, the meetings we had over the past couple of weeks and everything. And I was curious about this, the 57, the price increase for out of county on that.
Sure.
I heard some other nearby places are charging $45 per ton around there. So, $31, $32 is very.
Absolutely.
That's still very affordable.
It is, and we still get some folks coming from out of county, and I tell you who comes. So the private quarries do volume discounts.
Okay.
So even if it's say it's $45 a ton, well, if you agree to buy 30,000 tons a year, you might get the same price as ours. So our price increase is cut off the big haulers, but those medium and to small out of counties, they all still come here.
That's great. That's great. The only other thing I had to add on the overtime amount, let us know if you need to hire somebody else too out there, if we need to go that direction versus, because I was thinking while y'all were talking about that, the amount of work that's gonna go on current employees,
Absolutely.
to cover all those extra projects is not gonna be easy.
The thing about hiring extra folks, so I thought about that quite a bit. So I don't want to hire somebody and then have them run out of projects in 2 years and have to lay them off.
Gotcha.
And if I hire more folks, I need to have a piece of equipment for them to go in, a way for them to make money for us. So not to say that we won't increase employees. I can, if we ever start with the like the additional products, it's not only I kept talking about bagging sand. We should be making gabion blocks. We should be doing all these things. So I have in my mind a vision for an entire little manufacturing plant right there, making gabion blocks for You know, over in Europe, they use gabion blocks. It's all they use, like on bridges and things like that, for retaining walls and those sorts of things. So, I can see us increasing headcount, but, I want to make sure that we are all on the same page about the revenue streams that's going to be associated with those folks.
That's great, that's great. And yeah, I mean, very much appreciated. I think everybody here, you pursuing those additional revenue sources and thinking proactively, so, yeah, good job.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank y'all. Yes, I would. Do you want your own?
No, if you want more things, I'll put it back up. Thank you.
Mr. Shirley.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna give y'all, for some reason, the 202 sheet, the very first one on the right-hand side, it did not print the most accurate one, so it was kind of weird the way it was printing. I had to go in and select the selection for it to print the right one. So we'll talk about PRT a little bit, something I hadn't had a chance to do a lot lately. This past week's been really good, getting back into PRT just a little bit, and being able to talk with our folks. I've got some things in your packet. On the left-hand side of that packet, I have for you two documents. One is the annual report that we do. You get to see a highlighted version of that through Mr. Jones's report, but I gave you everything that we gave the administrator. And that breaks down all of our facilities. It breaks down all of our processes. It talks to you about our capital projects, exactly where they are. It talks to you about the accomplishments, where we are in our efficiency. It gives you all the data that we have, that we collect. We had 350,000 people come through our parks last year. That's a lot of people that come through our parks. It tells you about how many camping nights we do. It tells you about how many parking passes we do. It talks about the short-term rental compliance software. That is up this year, so you'll be seeing a 3-year new contract on that come to you as it goes through the PRT Commission. And our tourism strategy, we had a committee meeting back several months ago. Mr. James, you had asked about some information, and I just kind of talked off the cuff a little bit, and so I included our marketing plan in this packet as well for you, so you can see everything that we do from a marketing standpoint. That'll give you plenty of stuff to read from a highlight standpoint on exactly where those local ATAX dollars go when we go to market. In here also is our challenges. It talks a little bit about the infrastructure demand. All of our parks were built when the lakes were built, so they're old. We're working our way through with the capital projects. Mill, as well as with the increased accommodations tax, we've been able to tackle a huge majority of our deferred maintenance projects. We're catching up. The challenge is still High Falls. That infrastructure has not been upgraded yet, the water and the power. So we know that we want that additional piece of property that Duke Energy has offered us. Whether or not we can step into that from a capital standpoint, we're gonna push as we go through their run study this year for their recreation side. We're gonna push that demand and see if we can't get a little bit of assistance on that end from them as a partner to help us develop High Falls 2 into a campground that'll open up High Falls original back into a complete day use and help us serve more people getting them to the water. Our challenge right now is we don't have any other avenue to get people to the resources. We turn people away on the regular, and that's no fun to do. I've also included in here the programs, so you can see all the different things our park staff works on throughout the year. Over 100 different programs that we're involved in. Just like you hear the Corey talking about field trips, we do field trips. We do specific days. You know, our staff goes into the schools, our staff goes into the DAR. We have our own wildlife habitat education program. We have our own junior nationals program. We do a ton of that stuff in-house. This year is SC 250. You see the new banners that are up behind you. Those came in this week. At the April council meeting, we'll have an update from the Oconee 250 committee to share with you all the things that we've got planned this year, and then we can have some dialogue about some of the things we've heard you talk about and how we can fit those in. From a budget standpoint, PRT is comprised of 5 different budgets. It goes from PRT admin, the 3 county parks, and then our local accommodations tax. And it's actually 6 if you count the state aid tax budget. I usually don't have the state aid tax budget ready until right at the end of the year, because that's just our salaries for a Visit Oconee team, and typically a capital project that we'll tie the rest of that to. So we'll start with 202. 202 is the admin budget that you have. We have, just looking at the bottom, nothing is proposed to be changed on this budget. We are, throughout the year, and when we get down to the local accommodations tax budget, you'll see all the things we've extracted out of our general fund budget to take advantage of that local accommodations tax just as much as possible. So when you go down this 202 budget, it's pretty bare bones in terms of what we utilize it for. Copier clicks is actual cost. Our dues to organizations, all of our staff is a member of the State Parks and Rec Association. That gives them the benefit of the classes. A lot of them are on those committees. Some of them do presentations at our state conference with me. We also are, the management level are also members of the national conference. And so we present, and we also go nationally. It gives us a chance to stay up on trends. It gives us a chance to share our successes. I speak on our short-term rental compliance software quite a bit. I'm actually speaking next week at the Treasurer and Auditors Conference on how well that's done for us here in Oconee County. The recreation funds, that is the biggest part of my budget, admin side. That's $250,000 that goes out to those 5 districts. Of course, that comes to you guys for approval starting this year. We haven't had any come in yet this year. That's why you haven't seen anything go out. So as those come in, you'll see those. Everything else is actual cost, electricity, water, sewer to all of those Hartwell sites. And we budget exactly what we need. Typically, I may even let it go over, a couple $100 here and there, because you never know if you got a water line break before we make that adjustment. So you may see some actuals go over just a little bit, and we have to transfer in to take care of that. Our safety equipment is basically all of our safety boots for our staff. We have an allotment for them throughout the year. Operational is very small for the admin side. It's just the operations of what we do on the PRT side. We are, let's see, IT replacement, nothing in there. General gravel. We did use all of our general gravel this year. We had to do some updates to our sites on our campgrounds. Vehicle maintenance has not, we had to up that a couple years ago, but I think we've got it leveled out. We've got some aging pieces of equipment. Sometimes PRT is the department that gets it after everybody else is done with it. So we get the end of life. Whenever, a vehicle maintenance truck gets moved out, then it comes to PRT, and we'll use it a little bit more inside the park where we don't have to travel a whole lot. So we may have a little more vehicle maintenance than what you might expect, just because we're using the end of life sometimes on that equipment. And then we do have just a $10,000. It used to be 5 and 5 for Oconee History Museum, Arts and Historical Commission. We combined that a couple of years ago. You see both that's 5 going into 10. And that just goes over to help operate our Oconee History Museum. Any question on 202? All right, 203 is High Falls Park. And these are all very similar. So you'll see the makeup of them being pretty much the same. I will tell you there's only one main increase in each of these. It is becoming more and more apparent that people don't carry cash. And trying to get into our parks, we only take cash at our gatehouses. So talking with IT, the software that we use, Reserve America, this year they will have the capability for us to be able to add a card swipe and a little printer at our gatehouses. So IT is trying to find us some spare computers that are on their way out, because the only thing we're going to use them for is just to swipe a card, just to collect the data. And it keeps them from having to, the staff at the gate to send them over to the retail office to pay for their parking fee. And we don't have enough staff to where there are days when our gatehouse is open, but our retail space is not. And if you don't have a car, if you don't have cash, then we either, a lot of times we let them on in for free and say, hey, next time you come back, because we don't have a way to collect a card. You know, other than that, you're turning them away. So,
What about like how some towns just do parking now, where you scan a QR code and you pay on your phone?
you can, there's an opportunity to do that. Our challenge with that is people, the amount of people that come in, it would back up and stop traffic. The amount of time it takes you to do that and get your pass and all that, we have talked through that. But the 2,500 that's in each of these IT replacements, if we can get IT computers, the spares, then that can come off, and these will just be basically what they are this year. So that's the only increases that you're seeing on these budgets right now, is just a laptop for each of those gatehouses. It can't be really run on an iPad because the system we use is a plug and play, so it's gotta have a plug and play system in there. But we feel like talking to IT this week that we can use a MiFi that we have a contract with and not have any charges there, and just use a spare laptop and be able to do that, where we can collect those fees, parking fees. The other biggest expense in our budgets is our professional, that is our seasonal staffing. We use Staff Mark, just like you heard Blair at the library talk about. Our markup is actually about 30% because they're outside labor. The workers' comp liability is a little more than the inside labor, so that markup is a little more. We went to that, I'm gonna say 8 to 10 years ago. Sally may remember when we took people out of our general fund budget and pushed them over to Staff Mark, and we did that just for the liability piece. We have so many part-timers. You know, for us, we may have 40 part-timers that work somewhere between April and October, and then we're done with them. Well, if they're in our budget, the way the federal law is written, we can only work them 29 and a half hours, or they're a full-time person, we have to offer them benefits. By going through Staff Mark has that liability, and we can work a 40-hour week through them, so we can do a short-term, full-time person. So we can hire somebody 40 hours a week and work them through Staff Mark. And all the workers' comp, all the liability, and everything is paid through Staff Mark. So it does take that liability off of us as a county. And then the other big expense on each of these is the concessions. But we retail that, and so we actually bring back in probably, I'd say 50% more on what we sell through our retail stores, and that's all the candies and the ice cream and the popcorn and the, my staff would kill me, but if we had a scoop ice cream on the lake, we could really make some money. So that is the three main budgets. The big sheet that folds out, this is my local ATAC supplemental budget. This goes to, by statute, this goes to the PRT Commission. So you won't see this typically till second or third reading of the budget. But I want you to have your eyes on it so you can kind of see what the PRT Commission will see before we get there. The majority of these things, going straight to the bottom, we estimate this coming year's light revenue to be 1.12. That's up from 350,000 before we got the software. So those are all the things that we've been able to have revenue come in and then offset our general fund. So when you look down through here, all the maintenance, buildings and grounds for our parks, it comes out of this local accommodations tax. Our county park staffing, over 60% of that cost comes out of our local accommodations tax. We're paying for about half of our utility costs out of this. We've got about $17,000 budgeted to help pay for those Lake Hartwell landings that we took over from the Corps of Engineers, and that's just the operational and professional, anything we need, all the toilet paper, all the things that you would have to have for those restrooms comes out of that budget. The county park programming, the sheet on the annual report, it has all those programs. That's the money we use to operate all those programs. The Visit Oconee, this used to be a general fund item, and it's now moved over to LAD. It moved over to LAD 2 years ago. Everything we do with Visit Oconee is there's no general fund dollars paid towards Visit Oconee. County park operations, we added this a couple of years ago. This is the money that we use to take our staff to those conferences. Our management staff, like I said, goes to the national, and our on-the-ground staff goes to our state. And I get them heavily involved with them because it's a network of resources that we can utilize throughout the country by going to the places that we go. Marketing and sponsorships, advertising, that's just $34,000. That pays for things like the waterfall brochure that we distribute from the county. That pays for any kind of promotions that we do. We got some disc golf tournaments that we help promote. We have a partnership with the South Carolina Sports Alliance, which is where we get in front of a lot of the fishermen, rights holders. So a lot of that comes out of that $34,000. The safety money is a new ad. This past year, there's an effort to do new signage on the lakes so that the 911, if something happens on the lake and a boater calls 911, they can look at a dock and see a sign, and they can identify if it's Kiwi, KO for Kiwi Oconee, and a dock number, and that tells 911 where they're at. So we're working on some safety stuff with emergency management and paying that out of this ATAX. We also have a little bit of capital equipment. We bought some things like this year. We bought a police truck. We had the new officer that came through, and we were able to buy a truck. That truck will be fine for a little bit, so we move this back up, and we'll try to replace maybe a park truck or a piece of park equipment this year, or a new tractor or something that we need in the parks. Docents, we utilize that money to provide a docent for 15 hours a week to our museums around the county. The Cherokee Museum, the Military Museum, the General Store Museum. We provide $15 an hour for them, 15 hours a week for them to provide those hours to be open. And then we also pay for 2 staff out of here. We pay for one of the staff at the Oconee History Museum, and we also pay for the custodial for Lake Hartwell. The person that goes around and cuts grass and picks up trash and cleans restrooms and all the Lake Hartwell sites comes out here as well. So we've been able to really utilize this. We've maxed it out. Sometimes you'll say, hey, can we do that out of ATAX? We've done a good job of maxing out what we can do statutorily until we get to a certain number on a revenue side. And then the grants at the bottom. You guys see those grants twice a year. Matter of fact, we've got a grant meeting next week. I do have that video. So last week, we hosted the Major League Fishing tournament on Lake Hartwell. It was a big success. We've already had a conversation about what's next. But as part of that, it's a post-production 1-hour show on the Outdoor Channel. And as part of us hosting them, they put together a little commercial of us. Now, we've got one little glitch in here. They got one Pickens County site that you might pick up on it, but everything else is Oconee.
Welcome to Oconee County, South Carolina, where the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains meet pristine lakes, rushing rivers, and timeless charm. Step back in time at historic sites like Stump House Tunnel, an unfinished 1850s railroad marvel with its cool, constant 50-degree air. The Oconee History Museum, featuring the striking Cherokee Canoes exhibit, or the peaceful Oconee Station State Historic Site. Sample local flavors from upscale Italian at Vangelli's, or lakeside dining at the Lakeside Lodge in Seneca. Grab a hot slice of pizza at Piece of Pie, or head to Long Creek for coffee and fresh bagels at the Gage Coffee House. Finish up with a local pour at Kiowee Brewing in Seneca. Catch live performances at the Walhalla Performing Arts Center, or enjoy the vibrant energy of Seneca's Ramcat Alley, where music and community come alive. For outdoor adventure, paddle or raft at the wild and scenic Chattooga River. Explore Chattooga Bell Farm, chase the cascade of Brasstown Falls, or discover the crystal clear beauty of Lake Jocassee, one of the Southeast's most pristine mountain lakes. From rich history and delicious local eats to performing arts and unforgettable outdoor escapes, Oconee County offers the perfect blend of adventure and small-town warmth. Plan your visit today at visitoconeesc.com.
So that is not a commercial I would be able to afford any other way than a partnership through what we're doing with them. And we've got now that file that we can utilize ourselves internally. So we'll utilize that in-house a number of different ways through our YouTube channel and through some marketing pieces at our different events. So a lot of information. We have, again, 25 staff. All of them are certified in something in our industry, whether they're a national interpretive instructor, whether they're a master naturalist. Everybody is striving for something that is their specialty so that we can take advantage of that. And some of the ones that are just now coming on, it takes 3 or 4 years to get them into the system, to really get them focused on. I want to make sure they're going to stay with us for a little while before we invest in some of that. But we do a really good job. We're a leader around the state. Our folks travel and share our successes throughout the state. So very proud of our group and what they do. Questions?
Any idea how many of the park visitors are in county versus?
It's about 60-40, about 60. Now
60
our
and?
day users, yeah, about 60-40, because when you think about, there's actually more day use visitors in county, but our camping is opposite. So we have probably about 60-40 the other way, outside campers, on our overnight camping.
So I had an email, I meant to forward it to you. And what, a year ago, when somebody contacted me about the gate at High Falls, about being able to leave, and they told me that it was replaced, and I meant to share it with you. They was thankful for it, and they live in Walhalla, and they was booking to stay like a couple weeks, at High Falls. So that made me think,
We now
there's a
have-
decent amount of Oconee residents who go and.
Oh, we have a
it's been-
ton of Oconee residents. We sure do. Our challenge, again, is Memorial Day to Labor Day. It's getting people to the resources in the peak summertime. We have year-round camping at South Cove. We close the other 2 campgrounds down just for winterizing, but we keep one of them open. We now have an electronic gate at South Cove and High Falls. Chaw Ram closes at dusk because of the terrain out there. We don't really want anybody out there after dark from a safety standpoint, so we haven't put anything out there like that. We still manually close that gate every day. So, yep.
And it looks like, if you take the ATAX dollars, it looks like from the operating budget of it, it's actually a small percentage coming from, percentage-wise, from general funds, right? When you take into account collections and other revenue sources.
South Cove is above 90% sustainable.
Yeah.
When you factor in the accommodations tax, it's over 100%. High Falls is probably around 60 to 65%. Chaw Ram's much smaller. It's well below 50%. But there's been a couple of years South Cove has brought in more money than it costs to run it.
How, do we still do veterans, can get in for free?
Veteran, yeah, we have the senior pass, veterans, legally disabled, and seniors. We don't have any discounts on camping. That's just on the parking fee. We used to have a camping discount as well, and council wanted for that to be level. We went up on the parking fee this year. Everything's $5. So whether you're a boat and trailer or a vehicle, that's helpful for our staff too. Just to having one currency exchange at the gatehouse.
And do you have availability issues, like for camping spots? Like, is there people that can't get in the peak times because?
Oh, yeah. You have to, so we allow you to book 11 months in advance. County residents can book 12 months in advance. We give county residents a 1-month advantage. They have to do that in person, though. They have to come to us, prove they're a county resident, and then we will book them before it goes live online. If you don't do that, especially your holidays, they're already booked for this coming year.
Is in county, out of county, is it the same rates?
No, out of county is more expensive. And we went up on out of county, I don't have that in front of me. We went up on out of county we do our fee changes January 1st because when the budget changes in July, it's our peak season. It'd be hard on us to make a fee change right then. So we do all of our fee changes. That fee change happened in this budget, but we didn't implement it until January 1st. So we just went up on out-of-county camping rates. We left the in-county the same. Yep.
I kinda think that's the same as the rock crusher is especially the out of county, if you keep going up till you break even, you know, till you see that curve off.
We're still post-pandemic staying at a crazy high level. I mean, the amount of people that are still getting outdoors and camping, we're still, if you look at our attendance and our revenues, our short-term rental revenue, it is still sustaining at right at that $1 million number. And that's where it jumped at to right after the pandemic. So we've had, this will be our 4th year in a row hitting that $1 million number on the short-term rental revenue.
Once people found it, they keep coming back.
As long as they leave their money and go back home.
Yeah.
That's what I was fixing to say. That video that you just shown, we probably ought to have a copy of that video playing at the World of Energy and emphasize, we want them to visit and leave their money and they come back later.
A lot of real estate, agents will grab that and utilize it as well. We do share it out. I'll use it next week when I speak at the conference as an opener.
So I think she told us what they had, 15,000 visitors last year?
15,000 last year.
At the World of Energy?
Yep. Yeah, it's surprising. When I first started here, we had about 125,000 visitors coming to the county parks, and we're over 350,000 this past year. So a lot of people through the gates. We got 3 big capital projects ongoing. You guys know about the tennis pickleball. Anticipating a first week of May, second week of May deadline, depending on the rain. We got the White House at High Falls that we're doing internally now that we got it dried in, so it's gonna take a little bit longer. And then we got the maintenance building at Shaw Ram. The budget transfer you did at the last council meeting freed up enough money to finish those 3, and then we'll stop and kind of let us catch up a little bit. I didn't want to put a stop work order on anything that was in the middle of something, so we made that adjustment so we could keep going. Yep.
Just don't delay the pickleball. We'll get threatening calls.
We got more emails about pickleball than
Yeah.
it's obviously a big thing.
Any other questions for me?
Thank you, Ms. Sherby,
Awesome.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Turn it back over to you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, council. I want to say real quick, the one thing I think that sets Oconee County different from every other county in this state is our parks and rec. And we've got the best parks in the state, I'll tell you that, hands down. And it's because of Mr. Phil Shirley's work, all the work that he's doing behind the scenes every day for that. So thank you, Phil. We appreciate you very much. With that, I want to thank everybody that came today to this budget workshop. We're going to have a series of these, of course, coming up pretty soon. And we may break up the public safety workshops into a couple different, because we've got dates planned. We've just got to get everybody on the calendar for those dates. But if council, I hope council finds this beneficial, everybody coming in today and all the, just communication in general. I appreciate everybody that could make it today and help us,
So, the budget meetings we have on the schedule, I don't think we have enough to do this, like this. So we need to look at additional days. If we get later, it's gonna be harder for me and Mr. Mize to get a schedule.
I'll be out of the picture, and Matt probably will be too, from May 5th, at least on and off. May 5th until June 4th, I think it is. That's an
We should have
outage
a
period.
budget pretty well planned by.
But I can work around it. I'll be working night shifts. I can work around things.
Okay, one idea I had, just to throw out, so we've got those budget meetings planned before, I think some of them are before council meetings, 4:30, so it gives us a little bit of time before the council meeting. We can try to book as many of those as we can in those meetings, and get them done that way. And, I'm meeting with every department head, one-on-one and getting a lot of this. And so, but in order to prioritize the critical needs is what I've asked them to give us so we can plan and everything and get before council with it. So, so we may not get everybody in here, but the goal is to get as many as possible in here, and of course, our big departments.
Would y'all like to do another one of these in the next 2 weeks, or maybe Jennifer reach out to everybody, or?
I don't have a problem with it.
We have a budget committee meeting this coming Tuesday. Did you have something else that you wanted on that agenda, or are you good with?
Well, that's right before the meeting. I'm just thinking if we need more time, do we need to schedule another morning meeting too? Cause we knocked out quite a bit today. If we didn't have the auditor's report, we really could have picked up some
Right.
steam too. Which that was a great presentation.
Yeah. A couple different
course, we'll
options, I
knock
mean,
them
I can
out.
see, we can try to map out with the days that we currently have, those times we currently got, and then if we need to schedule another full day, I mean, we can definitely look at doing that, but, yeah, let us map it out first, and then we'll get back to you.
Okay. Motion to adjourn, somebody? Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.